Well, good afternoon, everybody. Councillors, those in attendance and those who might be streaming in at an alternative occasion. It's great to have everybody here. And as we do gather here today on the unceded lands of Palawa people, the original and ongoing owners of the land, we open today's meeting at 1 p.m. Please be seated. We've got apologies here today from Councillor Gibson, who might be able to make some point in the meeting, but did want to be noted as an apology just in case. Declarations of interest are at number 3, where a councillor must declare any interest that a councillor has in any matter before any discussion on that matter commences. Noting at 17.1 we have community grants. Are there any declarations? 17.1. Yep. Northern Suburbs with the Deputy Mayor. Councillor McMahon? YMCA. Thank you. Any further declarations? No? Okay. Moving to confirmation of minutes. We've got 4.1, the confirmation of minutes. The recommendation being that the Council confirms the minutes of the ordinary meeting of the City of Launceston Council held on the 8th of May this year, a true and correct record, and also notes that the special meeting scheduled for the 1st of May was abandoned due to the lack of attendance. Somebody please to move. Councillor Dawkins, seconded. Councillor Kai. Any contributions around the minutes? Okay. Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. At 5.1, we've got council workshops, with the recommendation being that council notes the council workshops conducted and attended since the last council meeting for the purposes as published in this agenda. Somebody please to move. Councillor Walker, seconded. Councillor Britton. Councillor Walker, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly to note that there's a lot of things on those workshops, 2 workshops over the last 3 weeks, but especially the Tempt Infrastructure and Amenities Master Plan for the upper reaches of the Kanamaluka Tama River Estuary. I note that Tempt is currently doing a public consultation on works to be considered there and looking for input. So I just encourage people to do a bit of a search for that and have their contributions. I suppose things have gone a little bit quiet in that area, but just to reiterate, I suppose that work is being done ongoing, and hopefully in the not too distant future that vision will come to some fruition. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Britton, anything further? Further contributions, Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Just an amendment to the attendance of the meeting of the 20 shown on for the meeting of the 15th of May. I was shown as in attendance when in fact I wasn't there. So perhaps just an amendment to correct that.
Okay. With permission of the mover and the seconder. Cool. All good. Thank you. Any further contributions? Councillor Professor Razay?
I'd like to just make a comment about the 10-year strategy plan by the City of Launceston. I think it's an excellent document which addresses our prosperity, our place and our people. But I'd like just to point out one of the important goals for the City of Launceston, which is promote health and well-being and access to open spaces to improve our health. And the reason why I say that government at all levels, now health and well-being is part of their strategic plans. But sometimes it's the question is, how are you going to achieve it? And I'll say that our City of Launceston already has been contributing to that. And most recently, for example, supported Dementia Walking Day, which was on Seaport on the 30th of March. How we can learn from what activity actually can be so relevant. We had like more than 100 people, elderly people, but what impressed me most about 80-year-old lady who came walking all the way from Seaport Bridge to the city, to the Stillwater and came back. So we gave her the certificate of achievement, but she said something. She said, but Doc, when I came back, it took me longer. So I said to her, how come? She said, because I kept stopping and talking to people. It just shows you how some activity not only just improve your health, but it improves connectedness and your well-being. And I think that's so important to build on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Professor Raze. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mayor. I do need to declare an interest. My apologies. In 17.1, St Vincent de Paul Society of Tasmania, as I sit on the Community Advisory Committee. So I'm just declaring that now.
Cool. Thank you. Further contributions around workshops? Anything further to close? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. At 6, we've got councillors' leave of absence, which will be discussed and considered in closed council at agenda items 24.6 and 24.7. We move to community reports at 7. We have a community report here today from Roderick Brown around the Salvation Army and the Red Shield appeal. Thank you, Roderick.
Yes, thank you. Our Red Shield appeal is currently underway, so I'd like to share on outcomes community generosity to this appeal has helped give back in recent years. We have a free community breakfast available at the Salvo 6 mornings a week and community lunches twice a month. In the past 5 years, around 45,000 meals have been served, including to many who are experiencing primary homelessness. In the past 18 months, over 2,300 snack and lunch packs have been distributed to 16 primary and high schools. And with an estimated 1 in 4 children across our nation going to school with insufficient food, we believe this is an important partnership in supporting positive educational outcomes. Several hundred pre-prepared recipe packs have been distributed, providing not only food support, but encouraging and educating families to cook healthy meals together, and we've received positive feedback that's occurred. And approximately 1,000 food relief hampers continue to be provided every year. The support to community members engaged with our homelessness services, tents, camping equipment and other practical supports are provided for those sleeping rough, whilst our assertive outreach worker continues to advocate and assist in finding more permanent housing outcomes. The Care Finder program, which works with people aged over 55 at risk of homelessness, assistance is given with moving costs, rubbish removal, cleaning of properties and even purchase of significant household items. If someone's moving to a smaller property, they might need a smaller fridge, so we're able to assist with that to make the housing transition as successful as possible. And in the last 6 months alone, 30 community members have been assisted with bond and rental arrears payments, helping to secure housing or prevent eviction for people who otherwise would have been forced into homelessness. And these are just some of the examples of the support being given. So we wish to sincerely thank the ongoing generosity of our community, everyone who gives, both large and small, to thank our volunteers to make all this happen, and to thank the Launceston City Council for your ready willingness to engage with the service providers of our city, and including collaborations such as the Homelessness Advisory Committee, that all continues to build stronger relationships and partnerships across organisations so together we can best support our community. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Roderick, and thank you for the ongoing work and that ongoing collaboration with the City of Launceston. Thank you. Moving to 8, public question time. 8.1, public questions on notice. They are published as a part of this agenda. So moving to 8.2, public questions without notice. So you may ask a total of 3 questions each, starting please with your name and your residential suburb. Mr. Baines.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Ron Baines, Kings Meadow. I was wondering what's happening with the Council's Folly, sometimes known as Virtual Store.
Thank you, Mr. Baines. So we're doing some extensive work still in that process, and that's predominantly being a conversation happening in closed council. We'll have some further information that will come out, but we'll take that on notice so that we can give you that real, clear, direct answer around the work that is going on there.
Thank you. Does Council intend the parklets that are taking up much needed car space to be permanent structures?
So that decision hasn't come to council as a permanency just yet. We've had a report come through to us around the feedback that's been from the community as well as the business community there as well, but we'll take that one on notice so I can get you the full clarity of that answer around the parklets. But at this stage, it's not been decided that they are permanent or will be permanent.
Thank you. Last one. Would Council prefer we all shopped at satellite centres, like Kings Meadows and Mowbray, or even online, so that there's, where the parking's not required? Would Council like that?
Oh, look, I wouldn't feel confident to speak on behalf of council in that, but we can give you some clear direction on taking that on notice around the initiatives and the reviews that are going on, that are priorities of this council to ensure that every experience is the best that it can be for our community.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. Further questions without notice? Mr. Gannon?
Excuse me, congratulations to the City of Launceston and particularly the Queen Victoria Museum on the Michael Williams exhibition. I was fortunate enough to go to the opening and the book launch. The place was packed. I met people from Melbourne, Sydney and Hobart, the coast, etc. And everyone had great words for it. In fact, I've travelled extensively, been to heaps of exhibitions, and I can't remember one as good or better than that. Sadly, there was a donation box there, which you couldn't see because too many people there, and it was free. And I thought, gee, 25, 30,000 people there, $20 a head, $500,000, $600,000. Why aren't they charging? So I went to the council's budget, it's a very brief paper, and see where they're going to lose $7.7 million next year, which is more than probably a lot of businesses turn over in 12 months. And appears to be up from $700,000, up $700,000 on last year. I don't know whether that's an actual or guesstimate or the figures are being pushed forward from last year, what that figure is. But to me, it seems exorbitant that as a ratepayer of Launceston, we're paying for everyone else to go there as well. And I just would probably suggest when council are looking at their budget, maybe it doesn't hurt to charge for some great events like that. So I did go to the budget papers, which they invite you to go to online, and I was quite disappointed at the lack of information there. I note the previous speaker just asked about the Birchers building, but the Birchers building sitting there derelict. There's other buildings council owns that are in the same shape. It'd be interesting to see what council does own and the income and return they're getting from it towards their $29 million a year depreciation schedule. I'd like to know kind of what council is doing in that area. And lastly, looking at this paper, I saw 6.7% suggested rate increase. The CPI at the moment is 2.4%. Councils are special. They get an extra 1% allowance to 3.4. If it goes at 6.7, that'll be twice the CPI and the recommended amount, nearly twice by 0.1%. And if it was a supermarket, there'd be national outcry for price gouging, for investigation into this 6.7% increase. Surely, with the amount of dollars coming through the council, they can contain that amount and set a better example to everyone out there who's had to tighten their belts to an amount more like the 3.4% as what should be charged as per CPI and the 1% increase. And lastly, I did speak about Japan, my visit to Japan, some ideas there, and I went fishing. And while I was fishing, apparently you had a meeting with the Japanese over here. So I'd be interested to know kind of what outcomes come from those meetings that will benefit Launceston City Council.
Fantastic, Mr. Skinner. And due to the depth and the information that would need to be sought for those answers, I'll take those on notice and ensure that there's a really good, solid answer coming through.
Oh, well, I'd like a little more information. The figures in that budget paper that you send out for comment, very light on. Like, I mean, the Launceston Airport's not paying a dividend this year. Did they pay a dividend the year before? What's the value of it? What's it worth to the city? Why aren't they paying a dividend this year? And as I said, particularly the $29 million worth of depreciation, surely that needs a harder look at, whether you retain or don't retain buildings. What's the council's philosophy going forward, not just this year, but future years, next 3 or 4 years, with those sort of amounts in the budget?
Yeah, well, you'll see even identified in this agenda today that there's extensive reviews going on of the property that we own and assessments that are happening at the moment. So
That's all properties?
I'll let that be discussed through the information that's sought through on notice, but I imagine and I believe that it is a full council review. It might not be a super quick review, but it will be a review going on of our assets, the financial stability, and in particular the maintenance that's required or not for those buildings. Yeah.
So is there another document I can get that's more comprehensive with your figures that you're working towards on your rate increases?
Sure. Well, we'll look at that as the responses to these on notice as well for you there too, as to where you might be able to get those and how we might be able to provide that information.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Good afternoon, guys. Thank you again. James Carroll, Swan Bay. I received your responses from the last meeting that we had here. I've just got 2 more questions on that, and then I would like to just sort of have a bit of a talk, explain myself a little bit so everyone in the room gets an understanding of where I'm coming from. The response to question 3 says about the regulations do not say that a TIA or a TIS is required for reducing speed limit. So what I'm asking is, can City of Launceston please provide the regulation showing that speed reduction does not require a TIS or a TIA on Category 1 roads? And the next suburb, or the next one on that is, can the City of Launceston please provide a copy of the data so that I can review? That's the data it's saying was done prior to the speed limit change and then after the speed limit change.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. I can
the
see
next
that the CEO's taking some notes there for our notice. Yep.
I may have to ask Councillor Pentridge or Councillor Mackenzie or the Mayor for a little bit of an extension of time. The reason I'm bringing up these traffic management issues is 6 years ago, I objected to a development application on a Category 1 road that was at Mount Direction. And my initial response was probably a little bit emotional because that neighbouring property to me said some fairly defamatory stuff that I wasn't happy with. So my initial reaction was emotional based. But then when I looked at the proposed plan and the 5 council members that are still sitting here, they would have received some of the points that I put across because I did email out to all of them. Now, 4 of our sitting members voted for that. Obviously, I lost. I took it to the appeals tribunal. I also lost in that. But prior to the day, I had gathered some more information. The development itself was illegal because somebody hadn't done their homework. And also the traffic issues that I had brought up. The gentleman at State Road that was approving it for the City of Launceston, he was the gentleman that had a signature on the very regulation that was confirming what I was saying. I had also hired a traffic engineer who was now a private contractor and did a lot of work for State Growth. He was prior to that at the Department of State Growth, and his signature was also on that regulation. So now I have started to initiate what they call a public interest disclosure through the Ombudsman's office. And I've received an email back from them. I've also made contact with the Tasmanian Integrity Commission and started that process as well and received an email back from them this morning. My nature, I grew up in a single household with 4 children. We were always held accountable for our actions. I then ran away to the circus for 20 years, a small community, 30, 40, 50 people, say, but everybody in that community was held accountable for their own actions. And when you've done something wrong, it's dealt with face to face. And that's the reason why, I don't know, some people might take me wrong, but when you live 30 years of your life dealing with things face to face, that's how you do it. I don't like writing emails. So I would say the confrontations I've been in with the prior CEO have been the fact that I've told him face to face when I thought he was incorrect. And if he hasn't got his information correct when it's come to him, well, that's on him. That's not on me. So I'm not doing it. If people set rules, stick by your rules. We've got, as I said, 4 sitting members that voted for that to go through, and there would have been a death on that road. I could show anybody and any traffic engineer, there would have been a death on that road. This is not an attack on my neighbour at all. And when I look through those processes through the Ombudsman's Office and through the Tasmanian Integrity Commission, if anything, the neighbour might even get compensated and get some help and actually get it done and get it done right. And I'm happy for that. I don't want anything out of it. I just want people to do their job right. And, you know, when you've got 4 councillors that vote for that and it would have cost a life, that's not acceptable to me. Because in my line of work, we're there to make sure people are safe. The next one was when the council prevented the circus from showing down at Royal Park. They weren't even, it's one of the most risk-adverse industries in the world. Everything they do is about risk. If they're not risk-adverse, people die. Launceston, City of Launceston did not even give them an opportunity to stand at the table. None of the high tides coincided with their show times. I'm having that information sent through to me too, because that will be going through to the Integrity Commission as well. And you cost a small family business $250,000 at least in 1 week, and no one here would stand up. That was under the prior administration, and I accept that, but I'm giving you guys a picture of where I'm coming from. Another one, we had a heap of Papua New Guineans. I housed 12 of them at my place for 3 months. I came to the City of Launceston to see if I could get some assistance. They'd been treated like slaves, living in poor conditions. Along with another lady, she helped supplying them with food. I supplied them with a place to live. City of Launceston didn't want to help. State government didn't want to help. The only one that helped was Bridget Archer, who got me in contact with the federal government, and they were the same. You know, it was only a Zoom meeting, but they're going to lie straight to my face. I know the processes. I was living with these people. I know what they'd been through. Things like that are not acceptable. And that's my character. I'll house those people. And you can ask any of the Papua New Guineans around Launceston what they think about me. So I'm just asking for people to be accountable for their actions.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions to that notice? Thank you, Mr. Hart.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. My name is Tim Harb. I have a business in the CBD and I also live in the CBD. So my question is about the stopping of street sweeping in front of our business. We've always had it. The council have always done it. So there's a precedence there. And I've also had emails confirming that with Dan, who I know is no longer employed at the council. We'd noticed the shabby conditions out the front, which goes to basically making Launceston look more untidy. And I contacted the council and got a reply saying that it's private property, not council's responsibility. So that is ignoring everything that happened in the past. Now, we've only been owners of the property for 15 years, but it's always been done by council. And the discussions I had with Dan prior was that, you know, every fortnight will be good enough. And so we were asking that to be reinstated. There is also if you look at it in a pub test way, the property is officially ours on our title, but council have a right of way across it. So a public right of way right across our property. So it really isn't private property if you look at it that way. So we're asking for that small job to be done, you know, once a fortnight for our $4,000 rates. We don't get anything else for that money. So we would like that to be reinstated. This is out the front of Harb Designer Jewellers. I am also interested in a business plan for the council-owned properties, as was brought up earlier. So I'd like to have some information on that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Harp. Yeah, we'll absolutely take that on notice and have a look into those issues and concerns there for sure. And believe you're referring to Birchall's there as some further information as to where we are
Correct,
in
yeah,
that
just
process
basically
also.
council other properties that aren't being used, and we want to, as ratepayers, we want to see efficiency. We want to see our dollars working, not being a noose.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Excellent. We'll take those on notice. Thank you, Mr. Hubb. Thank you. Further questions without notice?
Sorry. My questions are all about community. Rosslyn Ives, West Launceston. My questions are all about community consultation. Sorry about this little intro. I am proud to live in Launceston. It is the depth and extent of generosity of community spirit, the magical bushland and geological location of the gorge, the extensive reserves and parklands, together with waterways surrounding mountain topography, providing a natural backdrop. Irreplaceable cultural and architectural historic street landscapes, and finally, the community lived expertise freely offered to guide its residents and council representatives on the right pathway to preserve these advantages. Collectively, these features make up this wonderful town. I have resided and worked here for more than 40 years as an educator and volunteered wearing a number of hats. It is only now that I am fearful of what lies ahead. Car villa plans. There is a gap in the thinking between council expert advice and the lived experience and scientific expertise of some of its community leaders. It is in the master plan of Car Villa that the Flora Reserve shows this lack of scientific-based knowledge. It is incredibly flawed to believe the preservation of this one piece of reserve will survive. In a very short period of time, this unique piece of bushland will be no more. It is the removal of the connected bushland that will spell a death knell to the health of the flora and the life that depends on it. Will Council review the design for the master plan and consult more vigorously with sound scientific advice from local experts and make the necessary alterations to ensure that this floral reserve survives into the future? Community voices. Since community advisory group meetings, since council meetings are now 3 weekly and some advisory committees have been cancelled, will Cole Council, as a matter of urgency, reinstate some form of community representative voice for those places and spaces like the Cataract Gorge that should be priority? Council is the caretaker of the Cataract Gorge and Council takes its role seriously. It belongs to the people and they need to have representation. Advisory committees. I am a community representative on the Heritage Committee and have insight. The Heritage Advisory Group functions well. However, I believe that for there to be benefit and opportunity for voices other than council staff to report and represent committees, to reflect the expertise and professional skills and knowledge of committee members outside council, more than rubber stamping council officers' advice and actions should occur. Could mechanisms be put in place for community advisory groups and committees overseen by council officers and councillors to present direct to council with motions and presentations to workshops? Could community experts and representatives elected to committees be directly consulted for the initiating and proposing of actions to council? Could there be more regularity of community advisory group meetings? Currently, the voices are powerless to be of benefit because of the infrequency of meetings.
Thank you. On your first question, we'll take that one on notice in terms of where we're at in the process of looking at that community consultation as we've been presented at Council in workshop as to what the master plan looks like and what levers and what further work and information can be shared throughout that process.
Well, I'm going to be really passionate now. It is flawed. It is completely flawed, that design, because it's going to kill off that piece of flora reserve. That is scientifically based knowledge. It's not something that you discuss around a table. It's something that you need to actually hear expert advice on, because I learned from NRM officers and people like that. I never went out on my own and said, this will happen or that will happen. And I'm sorry, but I think council has a bit of a gap there in seeking that advice. Sorry.
No, thank you. No need to apologise. We appreciate the feedback. And in terms of the feedback that you've provided with committees, that is a part of why we're doing the review at the moment, and we're going to look at strategically aligning what our committee structure and our advisory groups look like, particularly with the future endorsement of our 10-year strategic plan, and doing a lot of, if not all of the things that you've just suggested around looking at what powers, what empowerment do we have, and the ability for advisement and what that actually means to ensure that we have people like yourself who are incredibly knowledgeable and incredibly versed in the community that aren't just coming along to a meeting and seeing no outcomes or not being able to deliver. So that's a big part of the review that we're going through at the moment, and just looking at that next step to being the real envisionment of that alongside our 10-year strategic plan.
Yeah, thank you. And with the gorge as well, it's not a place that we can suddenly sign off and say community shouldn't have a voice there. The community, it is a community place. It is the core heart of Launceston. And if we go without a representative voice from the community, I think things are pretty grim.
Sure. Well, thank you. And thank you again for the feedback. Do we have any further questions without notice? Mr. Shaw?
Tim Shaw from Talentire. At the council meeting Thursday 8th of August 2024, council debated a motion to award a contract to Mesh, a mainland company, to provide an infrastructure and funding framework plan for St Leonard's and Waverley. That was $527,000, I think, from memory. $327,000 was made up of a grant which Mesh itself applied for. And then there was roughly another $200,000 thrown in by council to make up the $527,000. That grant that we received was reliant on the structure plan infrastructure framework to be completed by May 31st, 2025, which would mean close of business Friday. Can you confirm whether that has been finalised, completed, all done?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. And just to the CEO around the process as to where that one is, we'll take that one on notice, ensuring that we get you the correct information.
I would like to make a second comment, because I don't believe that has been done. Otherwise, I'm quite sure everyone at council would know that it is completed, finalised and done, and we can apply for the grant. It was said in that meeting, it was stated in that meeting that if they didn't complete that on time, they wouldn't be paid. That was stated as simply as that. Now, I do take umbrage to the fact that we continually get mainland consultants when we have an amazing body of talent in Tasmania. One of the reasons that Mesh was given us was it was awarded to Mesh without them having to tender against anybody else for the job that they applied for the grant for, was because they understood the area that they were working on and effectively had a head start. And I make this point in the context of what Mr. McGinnon stated about our impending rate increase and our deficit. I would ask the question, will Mesh be paid any further monies to, I believe they have more work to do, will they be paid any further monies? Or in fact, as stated, will they not be paid? Can we apply for, is it right for us then to apply for that government grant to be finalised? Or maybe Mesh will give a sizable discount, because these developments that get held up because people don't get things done on time. Time is money, but it holds development up. It holds all the people that are at the other end of that development up. Everybody gets held up. And it was the contentious point that it must be done at that time. So, one, has it been done, finished, finito, done? There was no grey areas about what the grant was. And two, will they receive money, any more money? Or will they in fact receive any, or will there be a discount on the grounds that it was awarded and the things that were said?
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Yes,
I also ask, in that framework, they've also stated that there's X amount of houses that will be delivered. It's been put in print, X amount of houses that will be delivered in this time. There's 112 landowners in that area. Does council have something from each of these landowners to say that they intend to develop, sell to developers, or turn their land into housing within that time frame? Because if we don't have that, this work may or may not produce the density that we believe we're producing. And if it can't produce that, we should understand that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Further questions without notice? Okay, there being none, we'll continue through today's agenda. Looking at agenda items number 9 and 10, we have no petitions or deputations that have been identified as a part of this agenda. So we move into Planning Authority at 11. 11.1, we've got the crematoria and cemeteries. We've got the recommendation here. As the planners come up, do we have any public speakers to this? Because under the provisions of the Land Use Planning Act, this is now our opportunity to sit as planning authority in regards to this. So is there anyone from the public before we get to the recommendation? Okay, there being... okay, so we'll move to the recommendation. The recommendation is that council... All good? Cool. That council permits a permit be granted, for the crematoria and cemeteries construction of a building or a crematorium and associated offices at 72 Gladdo Street, subject to the published conditions. Somebody please to move. Deputy has moved. Second. Councillor Pentridge. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess the nature of the development is probably the thing that's caused most stir in regard to what its purpose is. But if we read through, this is a light industrial area. The discretionary use enables this to be done. And there are 3 other discretions, one being landscaping, traffic generation, vehicle crossing and flood impact. My sense is that the major issue here is the fact that somebody's got a crematoria and therefore the potential pollution and the smoke that comes out of the building. Our officers have clearly outlined the structure in place for the environmental uses to ensure that they're testing before, testing after and then testing after again to ensure that meets those environmental conditions. And to me, that's the most important aspect of this. It's in an area where this is able to be done. It talks about landscaping. The fact is, this is not a place where people go to visit and actually carry out services. It's actually just a crematoria. Family members may go there for the cremation of their loved ones, but it's not a place where there'll be services held. So very limited requirement in regard to parking. Likewise, traffic generation at a vehicle crossing. There'll be one crossing that goes in, and to be honest, there'll probably be only one car, maybe 2 or 3 car movements a day through that process. So the reality of it is the movements of cars are going to be minimal just because of the nature of the use. And therefore, I think the discretions there are quite appropriate. And in relation to flood impact, the design has been done in relation to the flood levy requirements. So I think all of the issues associated with the discretions have been met by the proponent, and therefore I see no reason why we should not support this today.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Pentridge is the seconder. Yeah, fantastic. Any further contributions around the table? Anything further to... Councillor Walker?
Question, if I may. It goes to the attenuation, the 300 metre distance from the site. Now, of course, it's not so much in terms of noise, it's in terms of particulates, and I know this is modern technology and all those things, but nonetheless, there will be some emission of some sort from the site. Would that be correct?
Executive Leader, through you to Duncan, Town Planner.
Thank you for that question. The reality is that the attenuation code, based on the advice from the Planning Office in Hobart, isn't applicable for this development. Nevertheless, we have the air testing and air quality testing requirements put on as a condition to the permit. Are there particulates or anything that are emitted from the site? If it's run properly, the answer is no.
Thank you.
Another question, if I may. I somewhat disagree with the mover of the motion that this is, sensitive because of the nature of the business. I don't think that anyone denies the fact that we all die and that people are cremated. That's a reality of life. I don't think anyone's perturbed by that particularly. But nonetheless, it seems as though the hearse, which would bring the body to the site, may in fact have to reverse into the property. And so therefore it does rely on performance criteria as far as that traffic movement goes. How has that been assessed?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Walker. Duncan, Town Planner.
No particular regard has been given to the fact that a hearse may on occasion reverse into the site. There's room at the front of the site for a vehicle to manoeuvre, so it is in fact able to enter the site in a forward direction and leave the site again in a forward direction. Nevertheless, from day-to-day operation, they may reverse into the site, which would be no different to any other vehicle reversing into a site.
Thank you.
And finally, when it comes to that attenuation process, and it is a 300 metre area, and of course there is a house, within 20 metres of the site, and it's understandable if that was your house or my house that you would have some concerns about not just the nature of the business, I think more to do with the industrial nature of the business, but nonetheless, that site, it is the residential site, I should say, it is actually zoned as part of light industrial in that area. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Yep. So I suppose one might expect if you're light industrial area, although you have that provision for it to be a residential property, that this might be the type of development that you would expect in that area. This question, but not really. I think you're in fierce agreement.
Great.
To speak. Oh, sorry.
A further question, Councillor Harris?
Yeah, just a question in regard to the testing that we're going to get the applicant to undertake. Obviously, this is a new development. It'll have a new incinerator or crematorium. You would expect a new one will work really efficiently, but over time, like all car engines, you'll find that it will probably decline in its performance, and that is when we see a decline in the performance and perhaps an increase in the particulates that may escape from the chimney. Is there any standards or otherwise that would apply to crematorium, whether it be one in an light industrial area or one that's 300 metres radius, where tests are done to see how it's performing and, if you like, it's still running clean rather than polluting the atmosphere? Or if not, is it possible to have such things implemented in this particular case because it doesn't have a 300 metre attenuation zone?
Thank you again for that. We have got a condition in the permit requiring a test prior to the operation to obviously set the standards of what the ambient air quality is at the moment, and then to test 2 months after they've started, and then to test again 12 months after that. So that's a reasonable test to ensure that the facility is operating correctly. We've also applied a condition requiring further testing or a repeat of that testing should they upgrade or change the equipment. We have no realistic capacity, I think, to be requiring ongoing or annual testing or the such. The air quality comments we're talking about are based on the National Environmental NEPA, any pollution measures. There isn't anything specifically related or specifically requiring a crematorium to retest. Equally, nor do any of the other businesses in the area.
Just a follow-up question from that. Should, in some future time, the resident who only lives 20 metres away notice his white sheets are no longer white because they're full of black dust or otherwise, is there the provision within council bylaws for us to perhaps implement and test in the future to see if it does still meet the guidelines as it would when it was set up new?
Well, similarly, there's one of the conditions in the permit is that if at any point the operation of the cremator fails to meet the air quality standards, the use must cease and not recommence. So essentially, if not recommence until it's been corrected. So essentially, if perhaps surrounding residents said, now it's starting to operate badly, our environmental health officers would follow that up, require further testing, and then it would either demonstrate compliance or otherwise.
Thank you. That answers my question beautifully.
Thank you. I've got a further question. Councillor Britton.
Thank you very much. So I rise to support the DA today, but just a question. We obviously have a council-run crematorium near some houses, some residential property at Carvilla. There's also another one out at Youngtown, I'm forgetting what it's called, Franklin Village. Are they ever tested frequently at all to see how they're running? I'm not saying it's unfair. I think it's a good idea that this one is tested rigorously for the next 12 months, but are they ever tested themselves?
So our crematorium's been running for quite some time, and it was established prior to the need to have any planning approval. When the houses, specifically Gilmore Close, if you know that, off Penquet Road, was developed, there was a few new houses go in there. We became aware of the attenuation at that point, and there was a requirement to do testing, air quality testing at that time. So that would have been maybe 7 or 8 years ago, I would expect now, and the testing at the time concluded that the performance of the cremator and the distances and the prevailing winds, etc., meant that there was no likelihood of any adverse impact on the new houses, specifically on Gilmore Close.
Thank you. Just one more question, probably a bit of a rhetorical question, but it would appear that cremator is operating fine. This new one is actually a more modern system, isn't it? Therefore, it's probably going to work even better than our current. Would that be a fair statement?
Well, I'm not sure. I have a feeling, I have a sense that we upgraded our cremator some time ago, so I'm not sure about the specifics of the model. But we are aware that the new model cremator meets all the regulatory standards for cremators. So you would presume it works well on installation.
Thank you. To speak, Councillor Walker, you had your hand up before.
Yeah, thank you. I can look, on the face of it, you might think this is just a light industrial development on a light industrial site, and I think that, is probably where this story begins and ends somewhat. But nonetheless, there seems to be some inconsistency between the idea of, what was just earlier stated, that there'll be no emissions, but nonetheless that we'll be testing for emissions, and that there is a report based on an 11-year-old Florida machine, something that somehow suggests that this will be the same. I just think there's a level of confusion between the fact that there'll be no emissions, but yes, we will be testing for emissions. And I find that hard, reading the documents, to resolve in my own mind and feel comfortable that there will be no emissions. On the contrary, I think there will be emissions. It's a matter of whether those emissions are indeed compliant or whether they are not. Whether they are greater or smaller, we won't know if this is approved until after the place is operational. So it's not a comfortable position to be in that regard, as much as there are reassurances there that, as I say, there will be no emissions or that the emissions are containable and controllable. And yet we will still test for them. It feels like we're in slightly deeper waters there, and I suppose the answer to that would be, well, that's up to the operator. If they exceed the emission standards, then they'll suffer the consequences. With that in mind, I sort of, to me, it feels like a begrudging support for this development application. It's not so much whether it's an ideal location or not. It's more the ambiguity, I think, to some degree, around what the ultimate result will be as far as the emissions go. As much as we can say there'll be none or there'll be very little, it doesn't seem, and indeed I can even quote from the responses to the issues that have been raised, that we say that the make and model of the cremator is irrelevant to the proposal. As with other industries, once the use is approved, the operators are able to update their machinery and without further approval from the planning authority. So it seems as though once this decision is made, yes, we may test once or twice after that time, but that from that point onwards, it will be an independent sort of operation, unless a member of the public specifically makes a complaint that we'll have nothing further to do with it. So in that way, I'm a little sort of divided anyway. That's as much as I say at the moment.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Any further contributions? Any further to close, Deputy Mayor?
Commenting on Councillor Walker, I agree with what you're saying, but I guess it says there will be little emissions, so there'll be some. I think testing it before, not long afterwards and 12 months afterwards gives an understanding that it's working okay. I think the reality of it's still the responsibility of the operator to ensure that they meet the emissions controls. So that's something on them as an operator of the business, because they risk, if they're not, having their business closed down. So I would say there's a positive requirement on them to actually ensure that their business operates appropriately. In the event that they don't, the likelihood is that somebody will complain, and that's likely how most of these things happen in regard to other emission control things around the city and other places around the land. So I would think that the vigilance of the community will point to something that something's wrong. I think, as Town Planner Duncan said, that would then evoke our health officers to go out there and check what was going on, and therefore they may require further emissions testing to ensure that they're still meeting the guidelines. So I think the circle of life says that we either regulate that you have to have it tested every month or every year or whatever, or alternatively we allow the operator to understand their requirements and operate within that. And I guess that they'll either see themselves that they're doing something wrong, or somebody will point out that they are.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Okay, putting it to the vote then. All of those in favour? Those against? All councillors in favour? The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, officers. We now no longer sit as planning authority. We've got announcements by the Mayor at 12 and 12.1, so we'll move through to councillor reports at 13. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just over the last 3 weeks, I've attended a couple of things. I was lucky enough to be a speaker at the Mother's Day service at Carvilla, at the crematorium, which was a fantastic event with about 30 or 40 people there. It gave people an opportunity to come in there and think about their mothers, whether they were with them still or not. A couple of days before Mother's Day, it's certainly very poignant for me to be able to do that, and I've been able to do that for the last couple of years, and I think it's just a really nice service to sit there and reflect on our mothers. We do another one later in the year on our fathers, so I think that's a fantastic thing and a great initiative from the group up there. Also, I had a meeting on the 9th of the 5th with the landowners of business and business operators in St John Street regarding antisocial behaviour in and around St John Street bus mall, particularly the one on the southern end between Brisbane and York Street, and there are some concerns there that I think we need to be addressing, where toilets are being flooded and various other antisocial behaviour, which is making it very difficult for those businesses to operate. So something that I'm hoping that we as a council will take seriously and work with the police, given most of this issue relates to policing matters, but it certainly heightens the 2014 stand I had in regards to the bus stops being in the wrong place where they were. And I think if we want to defend business in and around the CBD, we need to take these things seriously and ensure that we manage those so that our businesses can continue to operate and provide the services they do in that area and other locations around the city. On the 16th of 5th, I presented at the Independent Retirees monthly meeting. They wanted to hear a bit about me for some reason. I also participated with the Mayor in relation to some induction of Launceston College students into the ways of council up here in this room, which was a really good episode. And I think the more that the young people learn about what we do in our civic role is something really important. On the 16th of, I've done that one. On the 24th of 5th, I attended the Michael McWilliams book launch at the QV Mag, along with Councillor Dawkins. There may have been other councillors there as well, but there were some 800 or 900 other people in the room, which was very difficult, of which Mr Ganina was one of those. It showed what an amazing exhibition that we have just put on, and probably one of the best, if not best, things that QV Mag have ever done in relation to inciting our community, and much broader than that, where we had people coming in by the plane loads, even in the last couple of weeks of the exhibition, to come and see that. So a fantastic artist, the gentle protagonist, I think he has been named as, I think in his book, and also on Landline the other day. So a fantastic exhibition which was enjoyed by everybody. Probably we were a little overwhelmed with the numbers that turned up, and therefore there was seating upstairs and downstairs and so forth. But a really fantastic exhibition, and put QV Mag on the map if it wasn't there previously. And yesterday morning I went along to Reconciliation Tasmania breakfast out at the tail race, and it was an amazingly huge auditorium full of people with some absolutely amazing speakers as well. So it was great to sort of see that conversation about reconciliation and how we can continue the conversation with our Indigenous forebears.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, only been back a few days, having been last 3 weeks on the mainland. I went last night to attend a civic forum, I guess you'd call it, where 40 people attended to hear Stephen Burgess ask the question, what kind of city centre do we want? And it was an interesting talk for over an hour. I then had plenty of opportunity to interact with many people that were there on their thoughts of what we needed to have in the city. Stephen Burgess's comments were we need to make the CBD irresistible, not only to residents but also to tourists. He noted that for every $10 spent in a locally owned store, 7 of that stays within the local community. However, for every $10 spent in a corporate store, let's say a Just Jeans rather than a Route 66, only $3 of that $10 actually stays in the local community. Perhaps all residents should think of that when they are in fact shopping. And to answer the question from the floor earlier about whether we support shopping in the suburbs over the CBD, I think the answer would be to shop locally where you can, particularly if the shop itself is locally owned. He also made mention that we need to encourage more people to stop, stay, smile, stick and spend in the CBD, the 5 S's. I'm not sure I've got them in the right order. I was trying to write it down quickly. But he's very encouraged by our future item to be discussed of our housing strategy about encouraging more people to live, work and shop in the city centre rather than commuting from the suburbs. And we have to make the option of commuting, while still something you can do, but if you like, we need to encourage more people to say, I don't need to commute because I'm right in the middle of all the action. And that will, of course, keep the city safer as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Further community reports? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. I attended the candlelight vigil held in Civic Square on the 7th of May to remember and pay tribute to women whose lives have been taken away due to family violence. A total of 69 women in 2024. There were a few speeches on the evening, but one reduced quite a few of the people in attendance to tears. That speech was actually given by a 13-year-old young man called Sawyer Hart, and some of you may know his mum. I could tell you what Sawyer spoke about that night, but I would like to request that Council sends an invitation along to Sawyer, inviting him to come to Council and give that speech so that we can all hear the words from that 13-year-old boy, because it was incredible. So I would hope that we could do that. On the 15th of May, I attended the Dress Circle Giving Program launch in Launceston. The Giving Program is an initiative by Dress for Success, an organisation that empowers women to achieve economic independence by providing a network of support, professional attire and the development tools to assist them back into the workforce. The Giving Program is a platform whereby people can make regular donations to assist in the growing number of women the organisation is assisting. So if anyone's looking at something that they would like to support, I would highly recommend that they consider that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Further councillor reports? Okay, we'll move through the agenda then. We've got 14 at 14.1, councillor questions on notice, which are published as a part of this agenda. 14.2, councillor questions without notice. Councillor Kai.
Nathan here. So my question is regarding the $1 million spent at the end of 2023 on the works to remove a collapsed retaining wall that had caused the closure of the Cataract walking path. So the question is, where is Council right now recovering that money from the property owner's insurance?
Thank you, Councillor Kai. Executive Leader Williams.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Kai, and I appreciate the advance notice. I'll be mindful of the level of information I give out, being mindful of confidentiality here, but some more information is provided in tomorrow's Councillor Bulletin. A financial agreement was settled on with the owner of the property, and that has been received by Council. It's important to note that is in no way tied to their insurance, though.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Britton.
Thank you. My question's probably for you too. Just in regards to the flood mitigation strategy, when that was first passed, there was about $1.5 million budgeted in the motion. There's $150,000 in next year's budget. I'm assuming that's, well, my question is essentially what is that going towards? And when, I guess for CO2, when can we see that process and that strategy begin to actually be implemented and worked on?
Thank you, Councillor Britton. I'll have to take that one on notice and come back to you on that one.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. Just a question. Do our multi-storey car parks have operational fire panels? And if not, why not? And if we do, how often are they tested? And would it be possible to have a copy of the last reports taken?
Okay, thank you. CEO, we might take that on notice. Great, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just Councillor Britton raised a good point in regard to the flood mitigation strategy. And I guess with the events that are going on in northern parts of Australia at the moment, the likelihood of floods are significantly more and they're very frequent. And I just question, given this motion was put some months ago, that our investment of $150,000 out of $1.5 million in next year, I'm questioning the level of urgency that we may be putting on this particular matter, given that if we get it, and we did the 300-year analysis of what happens if the 1 in 300-year flood happened last year with our emergency service, which was catastrophic for the city. I just question, given the motion, and again, maybe in part of our strategy, but just reviewing the urgency that we've given this particular matter, because I think that my view is that it could happen tomorrow, it could happen next week, it could happen next year, it could happen any time, that it's something that we probably should be looking at doing more quickly than we appear to be. So, not necessarily, well, it is a question. Is that a valid comment?
Thank you, Deputy. Great, that one on notice. Cool. Further questions for that notice? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. I note in the response to Jim Carroll's question in regards to traffic lights and traffic movements on Bathurst Street and Wellington Street that we do quote that the north-south route through Launceston has experienced significant growth in traffic volumes with an average of 2.2% per year for the last 5 years, equating to an 11% increase in traffic movements in that area. And then we do go on to suggest that international studies and so forth would suggest that the best thing that we can do is to encourage alternative uses of transport and public transport and so forth. But given that the traffic is increasing, how effective has council been in actually encouraging, in fact, creating alternative uses of transport? I think this question goes somewhat to what, through you, Chair, Councillor Harris was just speaking about in terms of encouraging people to live in the city. But at the same time, and all these things, there seems to be an intersection, if you excuse the pun, of these things at the moment, because we've got a draft housing plan which is going to encourage further growth in suburban areas, which will require transport, most likely vehicular transport, and Bathurst Street and Wellington Street in particular are extremely heavily relied upon, not just for Launceston but for the greater region. So my question is, what are we doing to actively encourage alternative for people?
Yeah, we'll take that one on notice, Councillor Walker, but I'm sure that there's work around City Heart and so forth that we'll be able to deliver that information as a conduit for. Further questions? Okay, we'll move forward to notices of motion. 15.1, we have notice of motion, Lilydale Football Club, Councillor Palmer and Councillor Britton. Before we get to any recommendation, is there any speakers? There being none, we'll move forward to that recommendation that council contributes up to $6,000 to the Lilydale Football Club to go towards the cost of a building, surveyor and drawings. That's been moved, Councillor Palmer, seconded by Councillor Britton. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mayor. In 1921, a footy club was born. Not just a team, not just a field with goalposts, but a place where generations would gather, grow and give. Over the years, that humble beginning turned into something bigger. Today, the club proudly fields senior, seconds, under 7s, 10s and under 12s, bringing together 350 to 400 members, players, volunteers and families every season. But this isn't just about the numbers or the scores. This is about the kind of place where one man can volunteer for 30 years, yes, 30 years, and still show up every week like it's his first. A man who played over 300 games in the club's colours, a life member, not just by title, but by legacy. This is about change rooms that have stood for over 70 years, walls that have heard the roars of victory, the silence of loss, the laughter of mateship. And while it's been decades since the council last made major improvements, it was the club itself, through sponsor support, that installed new showers. Because that's what this club does. It shows up for itself when no one else does. And when we say this club supports the community, we mean it. From hosting the biggest morning tea for the Cancer Council, to being the centre of the big day out in October, to opening its doors for funeral gatherings. This club is where the community comes to celebrate, to grieve, to connect. It's more than a footy club. It's the soul of the town. Every game day before the sun is fully up, one dedicated volunteer arrives at 8 a.m. to prep the club, the grounds, the gear, everything, so that others can enjoy their day. He doesn't leave until 1 a.m. the next morning. Once the lights are turned off, the last bin's emptied and the last job's done. That's not just commitment, that's love. So when you talk about value, about what deserves support, respect and investment, that's the Lilydale Football Club. The facts are simple. Over 12 months ago, the Lilydale Football Club secured a state government grant with the help of Rob Fairs MP of more than $146,000. That didn't come from luck. It didn't come from top-down bureaucracy. It came from the ground up, from a tireless team of volunteers who rolled up their sleeves, filled out the paperwork, lobbied state politicians and put in the work to make something better for their community. And we all know that when state and local government work together, great things can happen. But let's be clear, This wasn't government-led, this was community-led. The Lilydale Football Club did everything right. They did the heavy lifting. Now there's just one final hurdle, a $6,000 contribution to cover the building surveyor's costs. This isn't a wish list item, this is the last piece of the puzzle that our council officers have confirmed is required to move the project forward. So today, I'm asking my fellow councillors to join me in something simple, something meaningful, back the people who never stop backing us. This isn't just about sport, it's about supporting a club that is central to the heart of Lilydale, a club that turns on the lights, opens its doors and shows up for the community in more ways than one. Let's not be the reason this project stalls at the finish line, let's be the reason it crosses it. $6,000 isn't just a number, it's an investment in community, in legacy and in doing the right thing. I'm asking my fellow councillors to support this motion today, support this council-owned facility and support this community. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Britton.
Thank you. Just a question, if I can. If indeed they do receive the $6,000 today and the building surveyors, the job is done, will the club be able to move forward with the renovations essentially straight away?
CEO on the timeline.
Thank you. Through the chair, it will be assessed in accordance with obviously the planning authority, so I can't give you a guarantee that once the building surveying details are received that it will get an automatic green light, but it will be allowed to progress through the process to enable the appropriate assessment to occur. And I'd be very, very hopeful that it will be successful in the end.
Thank you very much. And look, obviously in the report, I'll speak now. Obviously in the report, I don't want to bring too much light to it. What I want to say is I don't really want to muddy the waters over this decision. Ultimately, this club's gone out and received $146,000 investment from the state government. Whatever hurdles and whatever's led us to get to this moment, this is the moment we're in at the moment. There may well have been some wrongdoings or miscommunication between one or a couple of members of the club, but ultimately there are 400 members of that club. They are an old, proud club who have stood out there and operated in one of our council-owned buildings. If indeed we are successful today, for our contribution of $6,000, we'll get $140,000 spent on one of our assets. And quite frankly, I think we would be not doing our job correctly if we didn't pass this today. There's plenty of parameters around it, precedent and all the rest. However, I think there's some passionate people out there at Lilydale who have worked very hard to receive this grant. And if we do this today, it's a small contribution to one of our assets that 400 people in the entire Lilydale community will benefit from. So I stand to vote yes to it today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, and thank you for your eloquence, Councillor Palmer. Unfortunately, I could probably write that about just every other sporting club in and around the Launceston area and beyond. So not to take away from that, because I think it's a very proud club, and I certainly know how important that is to the town of Lilydale. To me, the issue is simply about how we manage our way through. I think our officers, to be fair to them, have been operating and doing things within the remit that they have, and their ability to do what we're about to consider is something that they can't do under the basis that they have to work within the parameters that they work within. My biggest concern in regard to this is really, if we do it for this club, the next club comes along, the next club comes along, the next club comes along. So my way, I'm actually going to support this, which goes against my sort of nature of precedence. But I think, this has been going on, and it goes on before the $140,000 grant, because I actually helped them write the first grant that they actually put in a submission for probably several months or even a year earlier than that, which they weren't successful in. So this rolled over into the state election, and good on them for being able to get it up. A very worthwhile project. I know the ins and outs of it, having written the submission way back when. So I'm certainly very supportive of what they're trying to achieve. I think the fact that we're requiring the building surveyor aspects of it this time round, I think I'm happy to support it on the basis we do that, and I'd like to give a little bit of flexibility to the CEO that if it's $6,200, that we don't go and ask for another $200 from the football club, but just give him a little bit of flexibility in regard to what that $6,000 looks like, so that we don't have an embarrassing conversation about $200. So if the move and the seconder are happy with that, I just wouldn't mind amending it to within flexibility arrangements. So I think that how I can narrow this down is to say this is something we need to do. It's a project that's been hanging around for quite a long period of time. I'd like to get it done and dusted. I think it's good for everybody that we get it out of our system. But I'd like to also note that this is something that we're setting up, and therefore people that are going out to seek funding from governments or others who don't come back and talk to the landowners, being us, which is the issue that I have, is that we're the landowners and we need to be privy of it. I know they won't get the government's money until we sign off on it. So I appreciate the sort of a round and round circle thing, is that saying to anybody else that's going out there and seeking funding in this way, they need to make sure they engage with the City of Launceston in regards to what we're going to do for them, with them. So it's very clear when that submission's put in that this is what the parameters look like, such that if there are other costs that are not covered by the grant, that they're fully aware of that before they start, and therefore that is part of their submission, that they will fund that, because I don't think this is something from a council perspective is sustainable if we do this for every organisation that comes to it happens to be a couple of $1,000s short. So I'll support it today on the basis that I think this is something that's been long going. We now hopefully need to get some processes in place to ensure that we don't have that happen again.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I've got Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. Whilst I don't have the same kind of emotional involvement in this particular project, I can see its merit, and I can see it's really important for us to be able to draw a line under this today. I think it's really important because we have so many ageing assets, we have so much community involvement in our ageing assets, that we are able to offer this sort of flexibility around this additional funding, but transparency is all important. And as others have said, we perhaps don't want to open this up to every single community group that finds itself in a financial shortfall. But in all honesty, if they go through a proper process, why shouldn't we? We've got grants processes, we've got flexible funding, we've got discretionary funding, as every other level of government does, and we ask in our policy to ensure that these groups do go out and look for funding. So making it clear that there is a transparent way to do this, which is respectful to our council officers and can produce a result that the community is comfortable with, is really important. And I hope today we support it so we can take this one off our desk and everyone can move on.
Thanks, Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Walker.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I do stand to support this motion today. And I, as I expressed elsewhere, don't believe that this particularly sets a precedent because at the end of the day, this is a council building, and I suppose the council will make its own decisions in regards to this, but we must endeavour to find another way forward. These types of things, this is not the first time we've been in a situation similar to this, where some disputes, I suppose, around the responsibility of council to a building, or how money can be spent and what regulations have to be met. I suppose the difference is that this money has come from the state government, and we do congratulate Lilydale Football Club in being successful in getting that grant. Perhaps the onus should be on the state government before they make those bequests, that they notify the council that they are considering that, rather than the community organisation. But that's for another day. I can also mention the fact that it was our state Coordinator General who went out and got money on behalf of the council from the federal government, and then informed us that we'd been successful. So these things, have a way of sort of happening, not always within our control. But now that the money is there, of course, Launceston Council should look for any way possible that it can take advantage of the situation, because what does that mean? A building that is owned by Launceston City Council is going to get an upgrade, courtesy of the state government. And if we do make a contribution to that today, then really we're just contributing to our own infrastructure. And in that case, I can't see any major issue with that. I can't see an issue where we're creating a precedent, partially because the officer's recommendation has been to not support that. But also, I think it is at the discretion of this council or any future council when they make these decisions. Sometimes we make a decision to waive building application fees if we see that could be the support that a project needs. That doesn't mean everyone that comes to council looking for a waiver of their building application fees is going to get that. And finally, I suppose I might just tie this back into questions from Mr. Gninnen, if that's how you pronounce your name. I thought it was, in regards to our building assets. And I do think that we need, I mean, it's obvious we are going to be doing a lot of work in this area. It's a significant part of the council's, judicial responsibility that we have a good grip on the implications regarding all the properties that we own and their state. And so a huge amount of work will be done in that area. But any opportunity like this, we need to find a new way forward for community groups to be able to be involved in the restoration or the maintenance of our buildings. If they have money available, if they can access it from other means, then we need to find that new model where it doesn't always have to involve the council and our fears around liability and probity and process and so forth. What that model is, I'm not sure, but I'm certain that we can look towards what other councils have done in this area. It might be, long-term leases. It might be indeed allowing the ownership of that property to go to a community group. But we need to do that work as well, I think, because there will be numerous opportunities in the future for government grants to come forward, bequests to come forward from football players, cricket players, whoever it might be. And there's opportunities there for us to work with the community and through no one's particular fault, we haven't had the answers that were required here. It's taken 12 months to get to this point. Now's the time to expedite the process. So I support the motion and I thank the councillors Palmer and Britton for bringing it forward.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Further contributions? Councillor Professor Razay?
I'm really disappointed that you have to put a motion to contribute $6,000 for a worthy community project. I feel really disappointed it took so long, but more important, it caused so much stress among our community in Lilydale, among our staff in the council, and hearing you today, I think all your time you have spent on this, and it's all for $6,000. Imagine if we have to spend our time for all these little projects just to argue about agreeing for them. I think it's important that we should work together, like community group, council, state government, all of them. Earlier, I was commending our council how we have got a 10-year strategic plan, and I commented about how we are trying to promote health and well-being. And this is about, providing access to green space to encourage people for active lifestyle. It is a place where we have a social connectedness. People get together for all different sort of reasons. This is our opportunity in which we can improve the well-being for all members of the community. And I think it's worthy goes, and I'll support it.
Thank you, Councillor Professor Razay. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. I know as councillors we've raised on many occasions about the state of some of our assets, and I think this is probably one of those occasions where it needed an upgrade and we don't have the money for it, or it hasn't happened, or it's been forgotten about. Our own asset management review, which we're discussing today at 19.1, is quite damning itself. Lack of process, lack of accountability, lack of data. Changes in personnel have exacerbated knowledge gaps and degraded standards since 2019. For a $6,000 investment, we're getting a $140,000 upgrade, and I hope there's actually more opportunities like this in the future. So I will be supportive.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Pentridge.
I think, Mr Mayor, we need to put this to the vote and put it to bed once and for all. I'd like to think the people in Lilydale realise that they're not forgotten, they're part of our community. And I can't help but agree with, we have put them through a bit of an exercise, but then there is procedure, and I hope they appreciate that. So thanks, Councillor Palmer. You've done a lot of work. And just get on with it and vote it and move on to the next item.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Any further contributions? Deputy Mayor, I'm going to hand to you because I would like to speak to this item.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So this kind of conversation is right alongside what I see for my vision and my vibe, and I'm generally excited around the further conversations that will come throughout the process and policy. And I appreciate comments, Councillor Dawkins, that you've made around what this looks like, and Councillor McMahon around how do we actually make this happen that's not just by coming through notice of motion, but being more adaptable and being more able to facilitate the openings up of these offerings. But I will just say that just a couple of meetings ago, this chamber asked me to reflect and to do better and to show strong leadership, particularly in how I manage respectful relationships and engage with others, especially women, and process and protocol. And I've taken that really seriously. This proposal doesn't align with the governance, doesn't align with the equity or the process, expectations we all share, responsibilities of upholding. It asks us to bypass established procedures that countless community groups are expected to follow. We're effectively saying that some groups can jump the queue, access additional funding outside of process, and expect failed attempts, like what we've seen with the Peace Festival, to curve protocols for their convenience. The officers' comments, they make it very clear the concerns raised span fairness, budget integrity, project governance and resourcing. These aren't small or procedural hurdles, they are core to how we make sure council serves everyone. In saying that, I've been very open in voicing my frustration with certain processes that, in my view, can and do create unnecessary barriers to achieving simple, meaningful outcomes. And I agree with all of, if not most of, what's been said here today. Someone who values action and efficiency, and when progress feels bogged down, I'm going to push for more direct and practical solutions, and I'm going to continue to do that. That's why I'm excited about the conversations we're having today. But what does concern me more, however, is that this motion is continuing to progress despite officers raising serious concerns about behaviour directed at our female staff. To the matter, it was significant enough to require intervention and measures to safeguard staff wellbeing, alongside not being a part of council process. I have and will continue to learn that we cannot ask for a culture of respect in this chamber if we ignore serious comments when they arise in the community. We cannot ask for fairness if we do not model it ourselves. Council's role is to lead with integrity and back our staff to do their job free from pressures and harassment. I think that supporting it will compromise that, but I'm excited for the Lilydale Football Club around the activation of a well-deserved asset for that community. Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Palmer to close.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to my fellow councillors. Look forward to going to the vote. Thank you very much.
Councillor Palmer and Councillor Britton, just with your permission as the mover and the seconder, just a commentary that was brought up prior to this and also today. The word approximately has been added to 6,000. Is that something that the mover and the seconder are feeling comfortable around the comments with the Deputy Mayor in case it was 6,100, 6,200?
I mean, I'm absolutely confident. I just would like, where's the cut if it comes to 18,500? What happens?
Sure. Just some clarification on that, CEO.
Through the chair, thank you, Your Worship and Councillor Britton. I can't give you, unfortunately, that number without actually having sought the quotes themselves. I am mindful of some comments that was made in the workshop earlier by Councillor Palmer, so I do get some comfort based on that conversation earlier and that wording of approximately that I think we would land in a relatively amicable and happy space.
Happy? Cool. Okay. Putting it to the vote then. All those in favour?
I'm just going to speak.
Oh, to close. Sure.
No, what you just asked the question. I thought I'd answer it as well about the wording.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So just to give everyone comfort, I have spoken to the CEO and I have spoken to the Lilydale Football Club that if the costs come back at 4,500, then that's what they would receive, and they were very happy with that. If the costs come back at 18,500, they would not receive that. So approximately 6,000, if that comes at 6,200, if it comes at 6,500, I'm comfortable with that, but I would not be comfortable with you know, if it came back to 10,000, 18,000. So, and I have voiced that with them. So if everyone's comfortable with that, I'm comfortable with that. If the table's happy, I'm happy.
Thank you. Further question, Councillor Walker? Just
Yeah,
around the room?
I think we're almost debating an amended motion at the moment, but I feel as though it's a little bit loose and perhaps should be contributes up to $6,000, because even if we just say we contribute 6,000, it sort of sounds like that's it. It did say up to already. I think that's, for clarity, I think that it's something that the football club understand, we understand, and everyone's comfortable with. The approximate, yeah, you could show some discretion, but whose discretion? I feel as though up to $6,000 was just fine.
Happy to leave it, mover and seconder, as it was. Noting the conversations that have been had, that there'll be a little bit of pocket money required if necessary from the club.
Thank you. Yes.
Cool. Okay. Happy with how it is as the seconder? How it was originally? Okay, so we'll just change that for the screen.
Unless you wanted to put 6,000 to 8,000 or something like that.
Okay, some further clarity around wording and GST and exclusivity and so forth.
Thank you. Through the chair, Your Worship, your ears are obviously very good. Yes, just a wording suggestion, up to $6,000 excluding GST would give me a little bit of comfort.
600.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Good with that. We'll just ensure that that's reiterated on the screen. There we go. Happy with the current wording as it is displayed on the screen? Great, okay. Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Just the mayor against. The motion is carried. Excellent. Okay, committee reports. Looking at the Heritage Advisory Committee meeting report at 16.1. This is the recommendation to receive the report held on the 1st of April 2025. Somebody to move? Councillor Kai, seconded. Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Kai.
Thank you. I've got new glasses. Let me just see if I work. Okay, the full report from our Heritage Advisory Committee meeting is available in the agenda for anyone who's interested, but I would like to share a few exciting discussions from this report. So firstly, I want to welcome our new Heritage Officer, Sophie Appleby. Sophie brings a wealth of knowledge to her role with exceptional research skills and a strong connection to our community, not just Sophie, but also her family as well. So welcome, Sophie. Secondly, Kevin Hutt, the City of Launceston's Building Project Advisor, presented the committee with a proposed restoration work for the Cataract Gorge Rotunda. We are dedicating $10,000 of our Heritage Advisory budget for this project. Thirdly, we are excited to announce that 2 successful applications has been selected for the Longford Academy Heritage Skills Grant. We would like to thank the assessment panel and extend our congratulations to the 2 applicants. Their efforts will help address the urgent need for heritage trades in restoration for our city. And lastly, Ian Borsma from Heritage Tasmania shared important information about salvage strategies and how these can integrate into development application conditions. Early this year, the council granted a planning permit to demolish the former Nurses Training Centre complex at 52 Franklin Street, Launceston. Now, a big thanks to Councillor Walker for advocating the inclusion of these conditions into the permit. So under the heading, Local Heritage, the permit outlined 3 requirements, one of which stated that any salvageable or original materials such as bricks, timber, fireplace and ceiling materials must be retained or recycled for future use in accordance with the waste management plan. The condition has encouraged the developer to explore the potential for retaining materials, and Heritage Tasmania has been contacted for guidance on what ought to be salvaged from the approved demolition. It was incredible that many groups has come forward to assist with the recovery process, and these groups include the Department of Health, the Heritage and Waste Management sector, the Waste and Resource Recovery Board, the Recovery Circular Economy Hub. There are local bricklayers and builders, and also Mike, our own City of Launceston's sustainability team leader. We hope this initiative marks the beginning of a new standard for all demolition pathways. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Kai. Councillor Pentridge, anything further to add? No. Any further contributions that's not in the report?
Councillor Walker.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you for the prompt, Chairman. Look, it's enough to almost make me want to be on the Heritage Committee again. I tell you, it's heartening to hear. I am impressed that the committee is supporting the proposed restoration works of the Gorge Rotunda. I think many people have brought forward that idea and concept before, that it sort of somehow became a strange display case.
Museum thingy.
Museum thing, which it wasn't obviously built for. So, I think we can all see the future repurposing, but, back to its original purpose as a band rotunda with the lovely lawns down below, as well as a little bit of an improvement to the toilets in the basement there would be great. But getting to the salvage strategy, this is something that I think, again, many people have mentioned. I'm sure a lot of councillors, or if not all, are in support of. It's just the cost efficiency of this and how we can encourage people to do it when it's always a lot cheaper to bulldoze and to move the waste away accordingly. Salvaging building materials is always going to be a labour-intensive journey, and then there's the question of who would pay for that. In this case, it's the state government, and hopefully council can play an active role. And I suppose that leads into the 7.5 in your minutes, which was the Longford Academy sponsorship that the council sponsored 2 successful applicants who were chosen to attend the Longford Academy, who are from the mainland, and that is to be, I suppose, somewhat educated or imparted with heritage skills. Again, this is something that Tasmania has probably slipped behind on, and I notice Bruce Carrera's name there, who's a builder of long standing in Launceston, and I, declare interest here. I did used to work for Bruce many years ago, but nonetheless, has a huge knowledge, Bruce does, of heritage fabric in Tasmania and building fabrics. So you couldn't choose a better person there. But again, something where the council needs to consider how we can continue to contribute in this area of passing those skills on. Some of the bluestone stonemasons that council uses for the work that we do, their knowledge and understanding of how to work this very unworkable material, it runs the risk of being lost. And yet this town was built on bluestone. We've got cobblestones everywhere and foundations of buildings, indeed entire buildings built with the stuff. And if we wish to maintain our buildings, the house in Franklin Street notwithstanding, although it is still standing at the moment, I notice, then we do need to maintain these skills. So I commend the Heritage Committee for that.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Walker. Any further contributions? Anything to close, Councillor Kai?
Yeah, we could do more if our budget was increased. So currently we've got a $20,000 budget for our Heritage Advisory Committee, and we are using it all up for everything, benefiting the city. So maybe in the next budget amendment or something, we could increase that.
Cool.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, putting it to the vote then. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Okay, we've got some declared interests in these ones. So I'm just going to run them through as they come up. So let's vote on St Vincent de Paul's with Councillor Palmer outside. Okay, so let's do them one by one then. So somebody to move that recommendation there, Councillor Harris. Just keep a note of this so I don't get lost. And seconded, Councillor Walker. Councillor Harris, do you want to speak to this one in particular?
Look, the details are there. This was an activity by St Vincent de Paul's for their community from memory at the Kings Meadows Community Centre in arts and crafts. So I think it's a worthy project, as they all were, but we'll talk some more about some of the others at that time.
Thank you. Got Northern Suburbs. We'll do next. Oh, we'll put it to the vote, sorry. Yep. You want to talk to it? No, we'll just do it one by one. Yep, okay. So we're doing the St Vinny's one on its own first so we can get everyone back in the room. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. That one is carried. Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Swapping with the Deputy Mayor as we do the Northern Suburbs Community Centre, the Challenge for Community Connection and Peace project. So we're doing this one siloed as well. Somebody please to move. Councillor Harris has moved. A seconder. Councillor Walker. Councillor Harris, do you want to speak to this one?
Look, again, the detail is that this was a community chiming and the money was being used to facilitate that. And again, a interesting project in the Northern Suburbs Community Centre, which does a lot of work for our northern suburbs.
Thank you. Councillor Walker is the seconder, nothing? Okay, putting it to the vote then. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. That motion is carried. Okay, Councillor McMahon with the Sroptimus. We'll do that one, swapping with the Deputy. Okay, somebody to move the Connection Community Empowerment. Great, thanks, Councillor Harris. Seconded by Councillor Walker. Speak to this one.
Just briefly to say this is a community-based organisation helping those who have women with disability to enjoy some pampering. The other thing that's well worth noting is they didn't ask for the full amount. They only asked for $1,810, which I think was outstanding. Too often we have people simply ask for the maximum amount and then expect to be wound back. But on this particular case, they asked for what it was going to cost them, but they do have a lot of community support, hence that's why the value is so low. But it's an outstanding application and was rated very highly at 88%.
Excellent, thank you. Anything further, Councillor Walker? Okay, we'll put that to the vote then. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Welcome back, Councillor McMahon, and we'll do the rest of the table. The successful table and noting the unsuccessful table we'll do next. Okay, so somebody to move the remaining table and unsuccessful table. So we've got Councillor Harris, seconded by Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harris.
Thank you. Yes, the others you can see. And I just wanted to make mention of two of the ones a bit further down the list, but nevertheless were supported for the male choirs. And I happened to be listening to the ABC last night on the way home, and they were talking about the benefits of singing in community choirs, because it is not a musical competition where you will go on to become the next rising star of Australian pop music. But the singing in community choirs offers numerous benefits, including improved mental and physical health, increased social connection, and a boost in confidence. Choir singing can also enhance memory, cognitive function, and provide a real sense of belonging and community. There are many other benefits, I won't go into them, but I just wanted to point that out with these two community choirs. It really does add, and in fact, if you're not part of these particular projects, there are a number of choirs in the pub where in fact people can go and participate as well, and the Royal Oak runs that regularly. So I look forward to the support of my fellow councillors for the rest of these.
Great, thank you. Deputy Mayor, nothing further. Any further contributions around the table? Okay, putting it to the vote then. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. At 18, we've got no QV mag identified as a part of this agenda in that reporting system. Thanks, Sally. Community asset and design at 19. 19.1 is what's been referenced to a few times today, the asset management review. The recommendation is that Council receives the information contained in this report, and it notes the undertaking of initiatives to fast-track organisational asset management governance and capability improvements. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I applaud the direction this is taking. I guess we're now finding probably we should have done this some time ago, but I guess we've now found it and we're now moving forward with it. So I endorse the direction that's happening, and the fact that we're moving the speed is really important. As I said a number of years ago, looking at what assets we should and shouldn't have, this will flush that out, I think, over the journey, and will also determine what our ongoing maintenance plan looks like for those buildings.
Thanks, Deputy. Councillor Harris is the seconder. Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. Just to say that in the 10 years that I've been on council, this has popped up from time to time, and I've got to say I'm not sure that I ever felt that we had a whole of organisation focus on our assets, and I think there are some councillors at the table who would agree with me based on their experience. So to have a new executive leader, a new CEO to come in and look at our ageing infrastructure and understand these community assets worth $2.5 billion need to be cared for. All councils are going through this, it's not just us. In fact, many levels of government, well, state and local, are going through this because during this particular period of history, there's never been more reasons to come to local or state government for funding. Yet at the same time, we've never had more assets in need of redevelopment and recommissioning. So it's incredibly important that we do this work and do it thoroughly, do it transparently, so that everyone around this table, everybody in this building and everyone in this community with an interest in our assets believes that we have finally taken the rein and are doing the right thing by these assets, by the community, to ensure that they live to their value.
Thank you, Councillor Dawkins. Further contributions? Councillor Walker.
Yes, and as Councillor Dawkins says, it's not just the people around this table, but indeed it's the community, because of course they're the community assets. And I'll start with a question, if I may. How will the community be able to contribute to this plan? Will there be a draft management plan that will turn into an adopted plan?
CEO?
Thank you, through the Chair, Councillor Walker. Yes, absolutely. This is probably about a 2-year journey as we firstly developed our asset management framework and policy, and then from that we will have separate asset management plans within separate asset classes, all of which will be going through the appropriate public consultation processes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I note that, another question, if I may, that a consultant was appointed in January 2025 to undertake a pulse check of the current state of the asset management governance in the organisation. Quite a number of conclusions and observations were made, which are listed there. And I suppose the question around there is, was any work done in regards to new models, new ways in that brief consultation? I suppose not, because it's more of a backward-looking exercise.
Thank you, through the Chair, Councillor Walker. That is correct. That's a state in time report. The work that we're now starting to look at as the executive leadership team is how we structure the organisation moving forward to actually adequately build the capacity in our organisation for our $2.5 billion asset base.
Thank you. To speak, if I may. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thanks,
This
Councillor.
is, of course, something long overdue since at least 2019. The report observes that the lack of accountability and clarity around the roles and responsibilities of teams and officers due in part to past organisational changes since then. And we have seen quite a few organisational changes, and we are a council that has a very large list of properties, and a lot of those properties are very important to this community. A lot of the things that this consultant found, the key observations of council asset management, documented roles and responsibilities are a key improvement opportunity. Lack of understanding as to how asset management activities should be delivered. The strategic asset management plan should be revised to mandate how asset management is delivered. A lot of these things, I suppose, go back to the organisational nature and approach towards our asset management, it hasn't been there, or there's been a lack of process and consistency, a lack of accountability and clarity, a lack of data in some cases, organisational risk leading from that financial, operational, reputational, governance-wise and sustainability and strategically wise. We don't always know why we own our building. We don't always know how much it's worth. We don't know how much it's going to cost to repair. So all these go to the questions that Mr. Ganninan with us, brought forward. Thought he was there. Sorry, 1 minute. I'll turn around. He's gone. But my most salient point, that I wish to make, is that we have to find new models. And this goes, again, it's a bit intersectional today, with the Lilydale Football Club decision and things like that. We have to strive to look around Australia, even around the world, and see what works in terms of community participation and not maybe ownership, but certainly responsibility for our assets. There's a huge resource there. And we are always looking in our coffers to think, how can we afford this? Do we need to sell that? And I just hope that there are hybrid models out there where football clubs, historical societies, reading clubs, bridge clubs, pigeon clubs, whoever,
pigeon fancies,
can come forward and say, you know what, we want to be a part of that solution. We've got ideas. We can access money. We can fundraise. We can help organise, but we have to work together. It can't be an us versus them scenario. Of course, we have our rules and regulations. Of course, we demand sort of probity and scoping works and all those types of things when it comes to the maintenance of our buildings. But it is a changing world, and obviously, what we have been doing has not necessarily worked in all cases. So let's move forward together. Let's do this, but I don't know exactly how much we've budgeted for this, but let's accelerate forward as quickly as we can. But yeah, let's get the community conversation going too, and that has to be engaged community conversation, not developing the draft and then getting people's response to it. I think it has to come in on that early level as much as possible, where we involve the community in different models that they may be able to see that they can support. I think that's where we may go wrong sometimes, is we do the draft and say, well, look, here's what we think. You have a little conversation and see what you can add to it. Whereas this, I think, is one of those times where we have to make a fundamental departure from what we've been doing. This council cannot afford to maintain the properties that we have. It's that simple. But this community can if it wants to. So I'll leave it at that. I thank the Chief, for this report, and I have made my point very clear, I suppose. I'll sit down now.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Pentridge. Excuse me.
I'd like to remind my colleagues here that I know English is my second language. I haven't really excelled at it. I hope some of my colleagues appreciate I'm not yelling anymore as much. There's certain terminologies that we've got to change. They aren't council assets, they're our community assets. We that sit around this table, this particular point in time, have been elected by this community, and we don't have to have any strategy, but each and every one of us should. We can't fix, as Councillor Walker says, we've allowed these assets to neglect for a long time. It's not just our buildings, but it's some beautiful things that we've got around the city and the parks. And I think I hope we start. I think we probably have been the best group of councillors Launceston's ever had. And it's going to be hard to replace us, at least with me, because I won't be standing again. But I think that we've got to accept responsibility on behalf of the community assets, and we're custodians of it. And each year, we can't fix them all, but we've got to take one or two projects, keep working on it. And once the community realise that it's their assets, right, hopefully they will respect them and care about them as much as some of our officers do.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Further contributions? Anything to close?
Thank you, everybody, for your contribution. To me, the word accelerate, urgency, all those things are there, as long as the accelerator is one of a Porsche rather than a Kia. It's really making sure we do, but there'll be things that need urgent attention, and we'll need to sort of actually, I think, have a level of flexibility in how we deal with things going forward, but a strategy in regards to how we're going to deal with that. And I hope that we take on board things that come up and say, okay, whilst it might be 10 on the list, we need to bring it to number 1 because of the nature of what's going on with the assets. So having that level of flexibility, but I'm very confident in the leadership that's already been shown in relation to this matter, that we're now really looking at what our assets look like, where they are. And Councillor Walker, I think you've talked about, we lease a lot of these assets out to community groups, and how that interplay works with them going forward in regards to what they contribute, as well as what we contribute to that, to ensure those assets remain sound and hardy into the future for future generations is vital. But I think hats off to what we're doing.
Thanks, Deputy. Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. Moving through to 19.2, we've got the Launceston Housing Plan. Before we get to the recommendation, were there any speakers noted for this one? There being none, we'll move through to that recommendation, being that Council notes the changes made to the Launceston Housing Plan in response to feedback received during the community consultation period, and adopts the Launceston Housing Plan 2025 to 2040 attached to the Council report. Somebody to move. Councillor Harris. Seconded by Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and thank you for those who made the contribution, or contacted the council to make some changes. I perhaps just draw attention to a couple of those where the change of the definition, I guess, of what a medium density housing is from 3 to 6 stories, I think is appropriate. That is, in fact, what I would consider medium density, and the size of development that I would personally like to see closer to the city, but also closer to the major connection points that we might have on our transport routes, which at the moment, although it is only limited to the metro buses, I think this is where the city has to go. Continuing to expand the city in just single houses on rural properties that are being cut up into housing lots is simply unsustainable. It took us probably a good half hour or 40 minutes to go through the suburban outside of Adelaide to reach the CBD when I was over there just a couple of weeks ago. And in Melbourne, of course, it takes you hours to get from the outer suburban lots into the CBD. We're not those size, but we should also make sure that we do keep our city to a livable size, as we have talked about in lots of other areas. And I think this housing plan will set the groundwork for that. From this, some actions will fall out, and that will be in the future. But for us, this sets the plan for the next 20 or 15 years, from 2025 to 2040. So I do recommend that everyone supports this plan, and hopefully it will give a clear indication to the builders and developers in the city, and in fact those looking at Launceston as a place that they can see that they can develop more housing, because as we know, we do have a housing crisis, not only in our own community here in Launceston, the state, the whole country, but in fact throughout the developed world, as what is a shrinking of this average household number of people living in a household. Therefore, we need many more houses, and they need to be of a different style other than a single dwelling on a residential block of land with a backyard, etc. And we need to have these options to enable people who are currently sitting in a large house that would be better occupied by a family to move to something that is more appropriate with less maintenance. With that, I'll leave it open to anyone else to make some comments and hopefully support this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Second to Councillor Dawkins.
Yes, thank you. I see this as one of our key strategies. It's incredibly important that we understand the position that we're in. I think it's around 200 houses going through the DA process and being approved per year, but actually needing 300. So we really need, this strategy is absolutely pivotal to ensure that we can open that supply. But at the same time, we talk about how we can enrich our neighbourhoods. So we need more housing. We need to ensure that the infill development continues. So people need to understand this is a continuing position of change for our community, which essentially is all infill development. I mean, somebody came here a couple of hundred years ago and then we started infill developing. But what we're really talking about is the size of those blocks. So as those blocks become smaller and our density increases, it has been a huge change in our community, but one that we need to be able to socialise and continue to socialise as a council, because that can't stop. And a visit to any larger community will see that in response to urban sprawl, this is exactly what all communities have had to do in order to be able to house people. As our wealth, our personal wealth has increased, even though I know for many individuals right now it doesn't feel like that. But that's why we've got so many more individual member dwellings, because people can afford to live alone now. That was something that was unheard of in my grandmother's generation. You really couldn't do that unless you were supported by other family members or by our growing social service system. So it's really important that we understand at this particular moment in time, there's so much that we need to do to be able to align the investment opportunities, collaborate with partners, as we pointed out in this strategy, in our key principles, while we work to ensure the community understand why it is that our community is changing. So I endorse this plan today and the involvement of community members who have fed in to this and understand that this is absolutely pivotal to our community moving forward.
Thanks, Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Professor Razay.
Thank you very much. I feel this, one of the strategy of housing is so essential now for our community, because we are facing a housing crisis. It's not also just about building houses, but we need to address the most needy in the community. For example, we need low-cost social housing. We need to plan it rather than we build houses and then people can't afford it. There is also one of the important comments in the planning is to deliver homes for every stage of their life. And that's actually very relevant, especially when we have got the largest proportion of elderly people here. 23% of people over 65. And I think it's nice to have some strategy of how we can deliver homes that cater for people as they get old. My third thing is how we can use our housing strategy to improve the well-being. And that's actually quite important, as you have, we were talking earlier about 10-year strategic plan of well-being, because through housing we can deliver open green spaces that will be accessible for people to improve their lifestyle. But I feel probably the time as well to start to think the way we are shopping, and housing planning can be so relevant here. I know for the last 20 years, we moved more into more big supermarket, shopping, to driving and parking and shopping. I think we should go back to the old days when we used to have cornerstones as well. And by having housing strategy, probably that encourages to support all those local shops. So people, instead of going and shopping once a week, they can go walking and do their shopping as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor. Deputy Mayor?
I love your yesteryear approach, Councillor Razay. If only the people would follow. Look, Finton, personally, just like to thank you for the great work that you've done in regards to this. I'd like to also acknowledge the really engagement of the community in regard to the responses. I note, and I can see one here, a little bit frustrated on the paces that certain things go in relation to that. And I hope that this strategy doesn't prevent us from actually pivoting when we need to pivot, because at the end of the day, as was said, we've got a number of landowners in the St Leonards area that need to come on board with the direction of the housing plan and therefore put their property out and involved in that. Whereas South Prospect and other places may well be in a position where they're ready to go sooner. So my hope is that we're all moving together, and we're doing things as efficiently, as quickly as we can in regards to opening up those places so that the options are there for our community as to how quickly we develop in one area over the other. I hope also that the work that Mesh has done is now complete, which was asked earlier, on the basis that we do have the fundamentals that are required to go forward with the area out at St Leonard's and so forth. But I endorse the plan. It's broad in where it's at. It's showing where our key areas of growth are looking like. It is a plan, and as I see with plans, they pivot over time if things change. But this gives us a really strong direction in which we're heading. It gives opportunity for landowners, building developers, and hopefully those people who are wanting to buy a house at some stage in the future. It gives them hope that there's something there for them going into the future.
Thanks, Deputy. Any further contributions? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Fintan, for the work that you've done. It's been really good to see the community response from developers, from government departments, from private citizens, whoever has joined in. And, you know, none of these things are going to be perfect. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. It's a work in progress. I'd encourage people to look at the principles that are sort of outlined, the 4 principles to begin with. This is a fantastic basis for us to build upon. It's not the end of the story by any means. It's the beginning of the story, if you like. It's those 4 visions and principles, the strong supply, which obviously relates to, you know, a more immediate need, which is for council to encourage and support developers who do wish to get housing projects online as quickly as possible in South Prospect, in St Leonard's especially, in terms of broad acre developments. Enrich our neighbourhoods. Of course, that tags into all the ideas that I think we would all like to see for our future community in terms of sustainability, livability, accessibility, and so forth. Collaborate with partners to leverage our collaborations between government developers and community organisation to accelerate housing delivery. I think this is an area that needs a lot of work because, of course, you can lead a horse to water. You can't necessarily make it drink, and I think we've been wanting this for a long time, forever. Of course we want to collaborate, but it's not always possible. You know, needs sort of come before desire in that respect, I suppose, and what is profitable is not always what is the most desirable. And align investment with development for us to prioritise the use of our resources for infrastructure and services that support livable, well-connected communities. Well, of course, that's bread and butter for our organisation. That's what we do in a lot of ways. But I would add a 5th. I would personally add that we need to lead the way, that council, you know, maybe falling short of becoming a developer ourselves, take an extremely proactive approach to creating a new future for housing in Launceston. That means being involved in some of the things that we've talked about around this table. Indeed, a motion that was put to the floor by our Mayor in regards to affordable housing using perhaps council property within the CBD. It goes to suggestions that have been made by, through you, Chair, Councillor Harris, in regards to us being able to facilitate people having apartments in town and still having a place to park a car or have access to transport. But it also, and I know I might sound like a broken record, it goes towards council being involved in and utilising the resources that we do have. And this goes towards our property asset management as well. We own 2,000 acres of land between the back of Rochalee and the back of Mayfield. We have an extreme opportunity, compared to most councils, to make a significant contribution towards affordable development of land. How we do that, I'm sure, is up for debate. But it's not necessarily listed here that is something that we can do. And I would like to see a 0.5 in terms of principles that we take the lead in some ways. Because it's been patently obvious that developers will do what is affordable, what is profitable, and what works, what can be achieved. Sometimes, and there has been a market failure, I think we have to accept that. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a shortage of housing. There wouldn't be a limited choice of types of housing. And in that market failure, that is the time where governments, whether it's local, state or federal, do need to step in. It doesn't mean they have to stay in that space forever, but it means there's an opportunity there to create a new equilibrium. And that is what I would like to see, is that forward visioning for this council, and to do it better than any other council in the country. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Further contributions? To close, Councillor Harris.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to my fellow councillors for their thoughts. And yes, I think Councillor Walker's comment that we need to perhaps intervene in the market or assist the market to head is something that we'll look forward to, and we do want to do it as the best in the country, and I think we have the opportunity to do that. Certainly, Stephen Burgess, to refer back to my previous comment last night, he is a Launceston born and bred, has travelled and spoken and worked all around the world, but continues to come back to Tasmania because he believes that we have the opportunity to be the best. And I'll just quote him, who says, to become the coolest city in the world is to help win the graduates race. And that is where Portland in Oregon became the coolest city in the USA, but they had really no industry there. But the people, all the college graduates moved to Portland because they then wanted to be part of that infrastructure to access what Portland had done in the renovation of their city, and then they created the jobs, even though they had no jobs to go there. And he's saying we are in a race with every other regional centre and, in fact, capital city in Australia for the young, not millennials, the ones that follow after that, they're graduating university. Where do they want to come and live? And we have to make Launceston their choice. We have to get on that list of places they want to consider, and that probably means making a green, safe, walkable, clean, active city, regardless of where you are in our city. And I was looking for the bravest one, the one comment he had, and I'm just trying to find it here. You don't have to change. You have to change to improve, or you'll be left behind. And I think that is something that we can all consider. And so we do have to do things differently. This is the start of that, and I look forward to being part of that change. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Okay, we've got the Albert Hall redevelopment update at 19.3. We've got the recommendation being to receive the report and other areas of the original building have been detailed in that report also. Somebody please to move. Deputy? Seconded? By Councillor Walker. Deputy Mayor.
Happy to just receive, on the basis that's just an updated report. Just I just want to question is where it says no quote received, does that mean that we've been out and we haven't received any quotes, or we haven't been out necessarily to ask for a quote?
Executive Leader?
It could be either, Deputy Mayor, just we don't have one yet for that piece of work.
Thank you. Councillor Walker, as a seconder.
Certainly it's pleasing to see this list. Thank you for providing that. There's a huge amount of work going on. It's amazing a little bit more money from the council to get these things over the line has been able to achieve, and I can see that just in this list, and I'm sure there's other, many other areas that council staff are working in, but just in this list here, there's a lot of work being done, and it's being done with some haste now. I suppose it might be bereft of me not to ask if we are on schedule in regards to that, and whether we still believe that a spring 2025 Opening maybe on the agenda as far as council goes. Is everything going according to schedule, I suppose, is the question.
Executive Leader.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're still working through, SHAPE doing practical completion towards the end of this month, which is fast approaching. Then there is a body of work beside receiving quotes. We then need to schedule all these trades to come through. So that will be a piece of work in itself. At the moment, we're still quite comfortable it's achievable, but it is a moving target. And if there's any concern at any point that we won't achieve that, we'll let you know. I do note one of the first bookings, though, is in October for the hall. So we're working furiously to make sure that we meet that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Further contributions? A question, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. I just note that there were a few items that have actually exceeding budget at the moment. Are we in negotiation or what are we doing with those items?
I can understand the question. Thank you, Councillor McMahon. At the moment, we're waiting for quotes to come in. Some have been under, some have been over. To use a highly professional accounting term, I hope it works out in the wash, essentially. So, for example, furniture, we had a higher provision than was required, so we made some savings around the furniture purchase, but then there are ones coming in over budget. A little bit here and a bit there adds up, but until we have all the quotes in, we've decided who's doing the work. I'm not really in a position to provide a better answer around budget just yet.
Thank you.
A question, Councillor Kai.
Just a couple, actually. So the first one is the roofing repairs. I was just wondering what scope of work is needed for that.
Apologies, Councillor Carr. I have to take that on notice. I'm not across the detail of that.
Thank you. And the second question is, we've got external pressure cleaning, additional quotes being sought. I was just wondering, Council has our own cleaning crew. Is that not possible for us to do that ourselves?
Given the size of the building and the timing, we can't devote resources to that, and then I'd need to explore whether we have the appropriate, certificates to work at heights, because it is a two-storey building.
And one more question is the dance floor maintenance and the replacement of the carpet. This, I know we're only receiving the report, but once the quotes come in, if the quotes are way higher than expected or budgeted, is there the possibility of going back to just cleaning the existing carpet that we already have there?
So part of the reason why we haven't received quotes is because I believe anecdotal feedback has been around the huge expense of getting a custom rerun of that carpet. Based on the fact that other quotes are coming in and some of them are higher and some of them are lower, we're kind of just pausing on that particular piece of work until we have a better understanding. Is a significant portion of the budget council approved for this additional works.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kai. Further contributions? Okay. To close.
Thanks again. We're just receiving the report, but I'm sure that councillors enter into a working bee to wash the Great Hall down.
Excellent. Thank you, Deputy. Putting it to the vote to accept the report. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. We have a South Prospect update at 19.4. Before we get to a recommendation, just throwing to the gallery if there were any public speakers. No comments before we get to the discussion?
Yeah, just very quickly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
Jim Shaw, Talent High, so owner of approximately half the property. I don't believe that the summary that's there reflects the position. And I think it would be probably smarter to take this through to the next meeting than hear some of the errors that are there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Okay, noting those comments, the recommendation from Council is that Council notes the update on the progress towards developing the neighbourhood plan and infrastructural funding framework for South Prospect residential growth area. Somebody to move? Okay, Deputy's moved. Seconded by Councillor Palmer. Deputy Mayor.
Just a question. I hear Mr Shaw's comments. Just wouldn't mind a reflection on that comment about whether there are errors in the report that we need to look at between now and therefore we should withdraw it.
Thank you through the Chair and Deputy Mayor. As per our discussion at workshop earlier, and I certainly thank Mr Shaw for reaching out to myself and having a conversation this morning. As per workshop, I still remain comfortable with what has been presented to Council, also noting that this is a status update report, so we're not seeking any decisions, particularly around any changes to plans, etc. And noting that this will be an ongoing report as that working group continues to meet, and as there will be other stakeholder meetings as well, that will continue to also be reported back to Council as originally agreed.
Yeah, thank you for that. So my comments are, it is an updated report. To me, the fact that we've got South Prospect on the list, and we're actually talking about it, I think is a positive aspect of it. Whether things should be going faster or slower in regards to where we're at with regards to it, and whether there's some things in there that Mr Shaw wishes to take on board with our council officers in regard to it. I think it's still appropriate that we actually receive this report and work with him and the other proponent in regards to making sure that we get there as fast as we can.
Thanks, Deputy. Councillor Palmer? Any further contributions? Councillor Walker?
Thank you. It is just a report to note progress, but of course this has been going on for a very long time. It may be no one's particular fault that we're in the situation we are with South Prospect. There have been unexpected outcomes as this process has unfolded. It's concerning if there are differences of opinion around the details of where we are at the moment, and I'd be more than happy to discuss those further. We are, by accepting this report, I suppose, accepting the validity of what is contained within it. But I don't think it's been necessarily the fault of Council that some of the problems that have been encountered have had that impact on slowing this process down and continue to have that impact. I think the Council has gone through various phases where there's been enthusiastic work done in this regard, and then there has been a slowdown and not a disinterest, but certainly incapacity to progress further because of different issues that are not necessarily under the control of the Launceston Council. I note with interest the working group, the development of a neighbourhood plan being key now towards looking for a rezoning, potential rezoning of the land. That working group seems to, apart from our executive leader being on there, seems to be dominated by state government employees. So in some ways that could be seen as an escalation of importance, I suppose, of the project moving forward. These are people who do have within their remit the ability to address some of the issues that have come forward, and I hope that conversations are flowing in regards to that. Of course, there's a benefit for Council. We've just talked about the housing plan, the future housing plan. Of course, there's a benefit to the City of Launceston in seeing these developments move forward. And I'm, sure that councillors, staff are all ears if there can be other ways in which to approach any impediments that we face at the moment. But it would seem at the moment the neighbourhood plan involving multiple stakeholders, I note, there's more a government working group, I suppose, which in this case it may have to be because this is, I suppose, the government working out its ability to be able to accommodate the needs of or the desires of the developers. And those people are listed there, including Department of State Growth members, transport people, and of course the Office of the Coordinator General. So, next steps. We are preparing a project plan with timings to chart a path forward. And that will be presented to the working group. And once that is agreed to, it'll be presented to Council for endorsement. The only thing I will say there is He's not mentioned the potential developers involved in those next steps. So I'll just finish with a question as to, in that timeline, and it does say that the neighbourhood plan project has been scheduled in the Forward Works program to commence in the 25-26 financial year, which is obviously within the next 12 to 14 months. 25-26 financial year, is that correct? So my question is, I suppose, at what point, and does that include continual involvement with the developers in question?
We will be consulting with the landowners at the appropriate time, and we'll map out stakeholder engagement as part of the project plan.
Further contributions? Councillor Pentridge.
I can't support this on the basis that this has been going on for a long time. There's no real clear strategy of what we're trying to achieve. I am, I suppose, somewhat influenced by Mr. Shaw. He sort of has lived and invested in this project pretty heavily over the last few years. And all I hear is more conversations, more supposed meetings. I'd like to hear what we're actually working towards achieving so that this project can get up and do what it's supposed to do, which is provide the additional land in that part of Launceston, which is serviced adequately by the road network that's already there. Where all our other projects that we seem to have focused on now, there's a lot of work to be done once we get all the designs in place. So I can't support it, but best of luck, everyone.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. I've got a question, Councillor Britton.
Thank you. Look, whilst I do support receiving the report today, just a question. I know Mesh has done some work up there. I know they were, to my knowledge, going to do a neighbourhood plan. Can we just get some clarification as to why that began and then stopped, or what work they have done up there, to what point they got to, and to why that had to finish?
Yes, Councillor Britton. Richard.
Oh, sorry, is this on? Yeah. Look, to the best of my knowledge, Mesh were engaged to do a plan. They did what we asked them to do, but the issues emerged in that plan that prevented it being finalised. And so they weren't further engaged to finalise the plan. So the plan currently exists as a draft, but there are quite a few unanswered questions which prevented the draft from being finalised, particularly the road access and matters around natural values. And that position was presented to the council some time ago, and the council determined that it would stop work on the plan at that time.
Thanks, Richard. Alex.
Is it possible to readdress, because I have some facts that may put all of this to rest and assist?
Not at this current time. There's not the appropriate mechanism for a readdress, but we're happy to have conversations if councillors are offline around that. This will just be accepting the report. As the CEO said, if there were some action points to this, I think there'd be some severity around ensuring that the parties were heard on that too. Yeah, but no, not at this moment. Further contributions? Question, Councillor Kai?
If we don't accept this report today, does that mean in the next council meeting we will get an amended report? That no, because I'm just thinking of the issues that Mr. Shaw has, or the things that are not correct in there. Are they not correct, or are they? I'm not sure. I'm just confused. I'm sorry. So I'm just thinking, will they be corrected, or are they correct?
Executive Leader or CEO, around clarification?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Kai. As discussed at workshop, and I indicated earlier that we're comfortable with the update report. It is exactly that. And at the time of writing the report, this is where the officers believed the information to be. That does mean that things do move during the passage of time. Certainly the update report that will come next to you, because we promised the council to provide ongoing update reports, will be a further update on the matters contained within, including things that come out of the project group that was established at the request of Minister Digan specifically also, which has a range of parties, not just council employees on that group. I most certainly will be able to provide, as will the Executive Leader of Community Assets and Design, who is a member of that group, be able to provide the feedback from this meeting and also the feedback we've received from both landowners, because I can assure you that there is substantial information that has been provided by an additional landowner in a very positive way as well, which will support that group in progressing South Prospect. And I reiterate the Deputy Mayor's comments in opening that it's actually quite pleasing to see this on the agenda, because certainly when I started at Council 10 months ago, there was no appetite from this chamber to advance South Prospect.
Thank you, CEO.
Thank you.
To close, Deputy Mayor?
Noting the report.
Yep.
So I think that's all we need to do.
Sure. Okay, to the vote then. All those in favour of just noting the report, those against, Councillor Pentridge against, the motion is carried. Delivery and performance at 20.1, we've got some budget amendments, with the recommendation being that Council, and by absolute majority, approves the published changes to the 24-25 statutory estimates and notes the amendments in recommendation 1 and the results that they bring. Somebody please to move the amendments. The Deputy Mayor. Seconded by Councillor Harris. We just might just have a moment, because that looks pretty fancy to me. It's awesome. The Launceston housing plan is just coming around in printed form. Yes. Was this printed in anticipation of it being? Oh, you get one. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, guys. I mean, there are only two items in here, and the major one being the transfer from capital to operations in regard to the annex refurbishments. Yep. I guess so it's quite simple from that perspective. I just want to question the nature of the actual refurbishments as to whether they really are going to be operational costs or capital costs, because they do have an impact on our budget for this year. It does actually reduce the saving of our reduced deficit that I was talking about last week by $500,000. So I'm just wanting to confirm that the officers are comfortable that the $500,000 are in fact operational expenses as opposed to capital, because my sense is a lot of this kind of the refurbishment are new things.
Thanks, Deputy.
Thanks for the question, Deputy Mayor. Our asset accountants are comfortable that under our asset capitalisation framework, the works that are being moved over here don't meet the requirements for capital spending. They're not extending the lives in particular of our assets, so they are operational spending.
Further questions or thoughts on that one, Deputy Mayor?
They may not be, but are they new assets that we're actually acquiring? Therefore, new lives.
There may be some minor new assets, but again, they don't meet the requirements of our asset capitalisation framework. So under that framework, we do have to put them as operational expenditure.
Thank you. Councillor Harris is the seconder. I've got a question, Councillor Kai, then Councillor Walker.
I just have a question. Yes, so I was just wondering, with this change of the money from the refurbishment to the department relocation, I was just wondering what is intended by this change of money around? Like, what is the department relocations?
So I guess the intention is the money is still being used in a very similar way. There was initially a budget for a capital refurbishment out of our capital budget. The money's been assessed as being spent operationally. So as I just said, it doesn't meet the requirements of being capital expenditure. So it needs to be moved back to our operational budget. That's all. The nature of the spending of the money is similar to what it was originally intended for. It's just that the expenditure doesn't meet the requirements under the capitalisation framework.
There's no departments getting relocated or anything. No. It's just the wording, sorry. So just the wording of it, is it?
There's just some minor movement within Town Hall and the Annex building of where some departments are seated. And during that process, we've undertaken some minor refurbishments, carpets, whatnot.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you. If we build another floor on top of the annex, I suppose that would be capital investment. But indeed, what we've done is just some refurbishment and rearrangement of the town hall and annex, mostly the annex. I think for anyone who walks into that building, they'll feel like they're stepping back into the 1980s somewhere, maybe mid to early 1980s. The floors creak, there's uneven flooring and sort of makeshift sort of spaces and all that sort of thing. And so I do congratulate council administration on moving forward with these department relocations as they are listed. I think that there is a great opportunity within the annex for the council, even though this is a financial item that we're dealing with and we're not here to discuss the merits otherwise of refurbishment. There is a great opportunity for us to increase efficiency and organisational ability through these changes. As it pointed out, there was an approved amount for $904,000 for refurbishment, which was a capital project item that has been moved into operational. Well, $500,000 has been moved into operation, and there's still $400,000 sitting there in capital works awaiting to be allocated at some point in the future. And I will note that in the notes there during the 24-25 financial year, a seriously entertained change process was undertaken to more appropriately realign teams within the council. And so this change is part of that process. So that probably explains it all through you, Chair, for Councillor Kai. And I imagine that there'll be further works in that area. And I can actually imagine a future where we perhaps do add another floor to that building at some stage in the future, if and when we need the space that is required. But that's for another day and probably another budget.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Further contributions? Anything to close, Deputy Mayor?
I think just make it clear for everybody that we budgeted to spend $500,000. We thought it was going to be capital, and it's actually operational. So we're just moving from one to the other. So it's not as if we're a new item. It's just the way that we're categorising it.
Yep. Thank you. Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Pentridge against. The motion is carried. Signing of council agreement and documents policy. We've got the recommendation being that council adopts the signing of council agreements and documents policy as set out in the current agenda. If I might, just before we get to the mover and the seconder, I might ask Lucas if you don't mind just running us through. I know that's in there in the report, but just maybe a 30-second overview of what this entails.
Sure, Mayor, thank you. So pretty much we already have got a existing policy that's approved since 19 March 2020 and is due for review. As part of this review, a couple of minor changes is required, as has been identified, namely position titles that needs to be updated. Sure. Two other key points. One, it's to ensure the security of the common seal is being kept and stored carefully, and the other one is to ensure check and balance as and when the council officer requires the seal to be affixed. So these are the three main changes that's been made. Apart from that, there's no other material changes being made from the existing. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucas. Thank you. Okay, somebody please to move. Councillor Dawkins, seconded. Councillor Harris, Councillor Dawkins.
No, just to say this is a straightforward change in line with comments just made,
Hmm.
in line with the fact that we're an organisation that is changing its structure.
Cool, thank you. Councillor Harris, anything further? Anything further from the table? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. At 20.3, we've got the review.
I'm just wondering, I've just noticed the GM of Theatre North's been sitting here for a long, long time, and we've still got a little way to go. I'm just wondering whether we could move item 20.8, lease of the Albert Hall, to Theatre North, to do that before we do the others, if that would be okay.
There you are, we're in the process.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I was hoping Councillor Palmer with something then. My apologies.
I would just like to move that we actually deal with item 20.8 now, as opposed to when it is in the agenda, to enable a person who's been sitting very patiently in the audience for the last hour or two to be able to get on with her business.
Yep, so somebody to second. Councillor Harris is second, moving 20.8 to now. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried from the floor, and we bring up 20.8, lease Albert Hall Theatre North. We appoint you there, though.
What's that?
We appoint you there.
Yeah, I mean, I just think probably just for clarity, I might just step out on the basis on the Theatre North board member.
Okay.
Yeah.
By us. Yeah, okay. All right, so we've got here at 20.8 the lease of Albert Hall Theatre North. The recommendation being that council approves the lease with the following terms. Before we get to the mover and the seconder, we'd like to throw to the gallery to Mandy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Amanda Shepherd. I'm the General Manager of Theatre North. Thank you very much for moving the item, although I must say I've been enjoying the meeting, so it was lovely to be here. Look, I just wanted to say briefly, firstly, thank you to the council officers for really robust consultation with Theatre North and communication with us in relation to this item. Theatre North is a significant cultural institution in Launceston with many, many community stakeholders. And as a not-for-profit organisation, our remit is first and foremost to serve that community. And one of the main drivers for Theatre North over the Princess Theatre refurbishment timeline is to be in a strong position to be able to continue that service to those stakeholders, our arts and cultural sector, our community groups and our audiences, through what is going to be a period of significant disruption for them and for our arts community more broadly and for our audiences as well. We also want to be in a strong position to return to the Princess Theatre as that significant cultural leader after those refurbishments are complete. So on behalf of Theatre North, I'm here to just say thank you very much to Council for your consideration of this agenda item today.
Great, thank you. Somebody to move the recommendation. Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Walker. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Shepherd, for the comments there, because I do think Theatre North is very key to the success of Launceston's reputation in the theatre industry. And of course, if you do undertake a major renovation that would probably take the best part of 2 years of your major theatre, you've got to do something to enable the management of that to A, have a new interim performance space, which will be the renovated Albert Hall, but then also to be able to go back and successfully restart in what will be a renovated Princess Theatre. And so Council very properly engaged outside accounting consultants to prepare a report for us to understand the financial impact, because as good as the Albert Hall will be, it will not be the Princess Theatre. It will not be suitable for all types of productions that currently occur in the Princess Theatre. And so there will be a decline in patronage of in some areas. There may well be an increase in other areas because of the shape and style of the Albert Hall being what it is, that is not suitable for to be held in the Princess Theatre. A dinner is one thing that immediately springs to my mind. I remember going to a dinner there for about 450 people in the Albert Hall. You could never do that in the Princess Theatre. So to us, as council, this is good management of our community-based organisation who currently look after one of our greatest assets, the Princess Theatre. But it also shows that council has been spending, I guess, maintenance money that we were talking about earlier on two of our bigger properties. But of course, there are literally hundreds of other smaller properties that council has to maintain as well. But hopefully the money we've spent on the Albert Hall has been well spent. It meets the needs of some of the theatre goers and performers who can perform in that space. There will be others who may have to miss Launceston out altogether simply because the Princess Theatre is not available, or they may be able to go to other spaces within the city that aren't council owned and perform there. So there will be a change over the next couple of years, but I think it's very important that the council does support Theatre North in this way, and I do hope that my fellow councillors support this motion today. It's certainly something that we have talked about on numerous occasions in workshop to understand the process that we've gone through to arrive at this point, which I think is being very fair, but also will help ensure the success of a revitalised and reopened Princess Theatre in probably what will be 2028, which just sounds horrific to think of, but that's the length of time we're talking about, because during 2026 and 27, it will be under renovation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Walker.
Yes, we certainly are a theatre town. It's strange we have so many theatres in our town, and yet we seem to have a bit of a shortage of them at the moment. Nonetheless, this is a solution which has somewhat elegance about it in terms of council needing someone to manage a newly refurbished Albert Hall and a Theatre North who just happen to be in need of a home at the moment. I would just start by asking a question. Under the recommendation at point F3, it says a cash subsidy of up to $132,500 per year, adjusted for CPI, as the amount that is dependent upon the financial performance of the lessee during the term of the lease. But then if I go further down into the justification of the whole process, and I'm talking about going down to page 118, it says a cash subsidy of up to $128,000 per year, i.e. $4,500 different, depending on the financial performance of the lessee during the term of the lease. Someone just managed to sort that one out, please.
Properties and Legal Officer Michelle.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I knew this would come up when I looked at the report today. The correct figure is the figure that occurs in the recommendation, 132,500, the 128 just translated from the current lease of the Princess Theatre that Theatre North has. So it's actually a porting over of the subsidy that council has been paying and adjusting for CPI each year during the current lease whilst they're at the Albert Hall. So the figure to be applied for the next financial year will be the 132,500.
Thank you very much for the explanation. It's a CPI increase of maybe 2.8% or so. Thank you. And I will ask another question in regards to that cash subsidy. So this is an amount that's dependent on the financial performance of the lessee, i.e. the lessee is to act as a booking agent for the venue, and therefore the money that is earned through bookings would be somehow mitigated against that 128, i.e. now 132,500 figure. Is that the case that we're talking about in terms of that arrangement to, I suppose, incentivise somewhat the process of booking out the space?
So in terms of the cash subsidy and also the compensation payment, it is somewhat dependent on the financial performance of Theatre North during this transition phase at the Albert Hall. You will recall through conversations at workshop, there was a request for a provision that Theatre North be no worse off, in which case council would essentially be writing a blank cheque. Clearly, we've mitigated that through this recommendation. So as part of the negotiations with Theatre North, which were done in extremely good faith, where the conversation has ended is any additional events revenue that Theatre North generates, they can keep that, is the intention. But what that does for us is it allows us to provide certainty around the amount of subsidy we will actually provide them.
It doesn't then reduce that figure.
If Theatre North's financial performance is such that their retained earnings as at December 2025 do not require this level of payment, then that it will not be received by them. So we will be conducting regular reviews with Theatre North, looking at their financial statements at least every quarter, and payments will be made as such dependent on their financial performance.
And I'm not suggesting for a second that Theatre North aren't motivated towards making the most of this opportunity at our hall, and I'm sure they will want as full a program as possible as well. It's just due diligence as far as the council's concerned, and due prudence, I suppose, in order for us to see that that is indeed taking place. Indeed, it does take place at the Princess Theatre already, which is continually booked out for large amounts of time into the future. So these are, might seem to the public as large sums of money, but this is nothing compared to what council's hopefully preparing to pay for the refurbishment of Princess Theatre. It seems like prices just go up continuously, really. I have to keep readjusting in my mind what $1 million means, because it's somehow,
not much anymore, is it?
it still means a lot to me, in case anyone's got a spare million, but nonetheless, these are big numbers. These are big numbers. This is a big commitment from Launceston City Council towards our cultural and artistic, theatrical world. And indeed, we are very much a theatre town, as just evidenced by the Australian Theatre Conference Awards, whatever, musical theatre recently, and it's loved by the audience. So of course these things come with a price tag. I do mention that of course Launceston does have other theatres, and this refurbishment is not just for Princess Theatre, it is also for, of course, the Earl Arts Centre, which has been quite problematic to have two theatres in the one location. I think it's possibly too late now for us to consider any other alternative, but it will be a very involved process, the refurbishment of those buildings, to accommodate the types of things that are required for a modern theatre in terms of accessibility and comfort and all the other things that go with it. I don't think we've seen the final figure yet. I think we've talked about it. We've talked about tens of millions of dollars being spent, but how far that goes, I'm not sure. What I would say is, that Launceston has many theatres. It has been a theatre town from its, European inception in a lot of ways. And if there are opportunities, even in the private sector, for someone to open a new theatre, by all means, have a look around. There's a few for sale at the moment. But thank you very much for the work that's been done in negotiating this lease, and all the best to Theatre North over the next couple of years.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Further contributions? Anything to close? No. Great. Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Okay, so that was 20.8. We're going to refer back to our agenda now at 20.3, in which we have the council meeting schedule and update of council meetings policy. We've got the recommendation being that council resolves that council meetings will start at 10:30 a.m, beginning with the council meeting scheduled for Thursday the 19th of June. Somebody to move. Councillor Harris. Seconded. Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, some 6 months ago, or in fact a few more months ago, we made the decision to not have fortnightly meetings, but to move not to 4 weekly meetings as was originally proposed, but in fact to 3 weekly meetings. As part of that discussion, we mentioned that there needed to be a review of how it was going. This is now the 6-month period or thereabouts since we have been having 3 weekly meetings. What has been very noticeable is that the 3 weekly time frame has meant that the meetings have run somewhat over time compared to previously on the fortnightly meeting cycle. Previously, you could probably guess that most meetings would be finished by 4 o'clock, and I think in the previous 6 years, only once did it go past 5:30, in my experience, and only then just by a few minutes. Since we have been on this 3 weekly cycle, there's been quite a few meetings that have certainly gone well past 5 o'clock and in some places much, much later. So I think for us to perhaps consider an alternative start time for 10:30 in the morning rather than 1 p.m, but also to consider amending the order of process of the agenda so that those items that are likely to attract interest from the general public, whether it be development applications or some other reporting that is going on, should be front-end loaded to the initial 2-hour period between 10:30 and, say, 12:30, and then perhaps have a lunch period of about half an hour or so to then continue the meeting in the afternoon. There will be some changes for us as councillors and for others who work directly with us within the council itself because of this change. However, I think most of us got elected to council expecting to spend all day Thursday here in council, and we have normally been having workshops at 11 a.m, so to start at 10:30 in the actual council meeting will not require a great change for any of us. It will allow those who do have family responsibilities or in fact business responsibilities that may well be later in the day to be able to go and continue those in a normal manner, because having a meeting that would perhaps you might have expected to finish at 4 o'clock suddenly run till 6 or later can mean there's suddenly a whole lot of rapid phone calls to say can't come to work today, getting other things in place. And I don't think that's efficient and probably makes it a little bit harder on the councillors and even potential future councillors who might be looking at us saying, are we a workplace that I can work within? You know, we heard only today on the radio of a Latrobe councillor who had to resign because all of their meetings were in the evenings, and the difficulty that she found as a full-time working mum with family, that after 6.5 years, that a 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. meetings just became very difficult. We are one of the few that do meet through the day, and I do think starting earlier is well worth trialling. It is only for the next 6 months. We can then review that at the end of this year to see whether we, A, like the 3 weekly cycle or want to go back to 2 weeks, or in fact want to try 4 weeks, and we can look at the start time based on that decision. But I think this is a good opportunity for us to perhaps try to keep the meeting more within the normal business hours, and of course that would also, I'm sure, be saving us on our staff overtime bill as well. So I'll leave it for that and see if other councillors wish to speak towards it.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton is the seconder. Cool, thank you. Any further contributions? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. I don't support this particular move. I didn't actually support moving to 3 weeks, let alone 4 weeks. I voted against that, and so I may be inclined to support this if we were to go back to meetings every 2 weeks, starting at 10:30 a.m. I did believe that when we changed to every 3 weeks, there was meant to be a review of its success or otherwise, and those findings reported back to council. I don't believe that has occurred as such, but nonetheless, it may be not a review, maybe just an assessment, a reassessment. Maybe this is the reassessment. If it is, then in fact I would suggest that if this motion is not successful, I should be moving not an alternate motion, I suppose, a revised motion that we return back to meeting once every 2 weeks and then I'm quite open to meeting at 10:30 a.m. If that is deemed appropriate. But in the meantime, you can, and through you, Chair, Councillor Harris might have argued against himself, something I think I'm used up sometimes, talking about people who need to be available in the daytime, people who need to be available at night time and everything else in between. You're never going to suit everybody's needs, and that's just the way it is. For 5 years on council, we've met every 2 weeks at 1 p.m. Occasionally, we would go after 5 p.m. at those meetings, not very often. Now we're finding when we meet every 3 weeks that regularly these meetings are going for 6 or more, 7 hours and so forth. That means today we've been meeting for 3 hours. It may well turn into a 5 or 6 hour meeting. We have quite a number of tender review items in closed council to deal with. We have more leases to deal with today. Me talking, as long as I do, you have to deal with that as well. It goes on, the list goes on. So I firmly believe we should be moving back to every 2 weeks. I understand the main reason seemed to be in terms of staff workload, in terms of a rotating 2-week cycle. But what we have found is that other things don't fit into the 3-week cycle. We have found we haven't been able to make decisions in a timely manner under the 3-week cycle. We have found that we've had to try and organise special meetings to accommodate decisions. That's problematic in itself. If there is to be a review, if there is to be some kind of assessment done, that should be included. So, because this is supporting the retention of every meetings every 3 weeks, I won't be supporting this today. I'll keep it at 1 p.m. for now. I would, flag, an alternate process if this is not successful. Let's put it that way, that we have a discussion, a workshop, and come back to the table with a revised position. We'll see what the fellow councillors decide.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. I've got a question first, Councillor Britton, then Councillor Pentridge.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and my apologies for a couple of moments ago. I was caught not up here, and so I can't speak anymore, but I'll phrase my speaking as a question. I kind of probably half sit in Councillor Walker's camp, but I guess I'm happy with 3 weekly meetings, but I just would like to know, internally, I know this was to help officers and to help, efficiency and whatnot. Do we know, has it had that effect internally?
CEO, around any reports from staffing of the schedule changes?
Thank you, through the Chair. Thank you, Councillor Britton. Yes, certainly. I can speak from my own very experience out of the office of the CEO. It actually gives me about a day back a week in my cycle. Obviously, when I'm in agenda cycle, I obviously lose a Wednesday also for agenda review. So I have obtained a Wednesday per fortnight back in my life to be able to do other things. Also, equally noting the added value we've had with workshops. So we haven't lost a day. We've still gained that Thursday in that cycle. We've been able to cycle through items on our workshop agenda much quicker. Instead of having a workshop agenda that's 12 months booked out in advance, we're now probably down to about 3 months booked out in advance, which has helped significantly.
Thanks. Cool. Councillor Pentridge?
Having complimented everyone earlier on, I'm starting to feel a bit embarrassed. It shouldn't be about us. We have nothing else to do but be here, right? And we love it. What about our staff? And I think they should be taken into consideration. I mean, God, I know they volunteer their time, like after half-past 4. Correct, isn't it? Anyway, I think we should be looking at how they feel, because we are. And the other thing that needs to come to mind, which, being the oldest one here, I'm the one that should have the memory problems. But we did have a special meeting one time about the waffling that goes on. I wonder, when you add waffles to time, it makes it a late evening. And maybe if we could sort of concentrate on the lack of waffling and just get the project over and done with, we should be doing enough research on the agendas. It shouldn't take as long as it's taking. So, and for my part in all this, I'm trying to keep the economy going. in Launceston, especially in the start day. So I need to get there as soon as I can. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Penchich. Any further contributions? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just my 2 cents worth. I did prefer the fortnightly meetings. I think it worked really well. I think things bubble up and get to a certain point over 3 weeks, and I would prefer it at the fortnightly. So if Councillor Walker was to move an alternate motion, if that's possible, I don't know, but I would definitely support him with that. I also don't mind the earlier start time. If that's what the table wants, I'm quite happy with that as well. But I think 3 weekly meetings, I think things bubble up, things get out of hand. I think we can get things done and dusted in a 2-week cycle. And Councillor Harris, he can probably speak to it, but we were in a committee meeting recently where we did sort of ask a few of the staff, and they were quite happy with the 2 weekly. I might have got that wrong, might have read that wrong, but just a bit of feedback from staff that no, they were happy with the 2 weeks. They were happy to trial the 3 weeks, but they were happy with the 2. So yeah, that's just from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have we got the numbers?
Further contributions? Okay, to close?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, look, I will close just to say that I think we need to give the 3 weekly cycle a full 12 months to assess how that works compared to just 2 weeks. As part of that, this is merely a tinkering to a start time to perhaps shorten how long we go into the night of our meetings when we do meet. I think there is, and as Councillor Palmer said, some council staff used to prefer the 2 weekly thing because it meant there was only 2 weeks before something could be put up to council. They had to do that, of course, a week in advance for the agenda to be set. But as the CEO said, you know, that has given him extra days, and I'm sure what we need to do is do a proper review of this after at the end of this year, and that would probably start around about October to get full staff knowledge of what the 3 week cycle actually has meant for them in regard to their efficiency, because then we can make the decision at the end of the year as to whether we want to continue with the 3 weekly one or in fact revert to a 2 week or in fact try a 4 week one as was originally proposed. I'm not feeling that the 4 week one has got much love around the table, so I do think it's going to be either 3 weeks or 2, but I would suggest that we continue on this course for the rest of this year to then review it more fully at the end of the year as we had originally proposed. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. And before we get to the vote, just some clarifying comments from the CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. Just important to clarify a couple of things. One, in terms of agenda size in recent times, there has been arguably some, I shouldn't say abnormal, but some abnormal agenda items in terms of strategic plan, and you've all got a nice glossy one in front of you as well. So these things don't come about every sort of 6-monthly council cycle. So there is quite a large body of work, which does mean that for a period of time you will have large agendas also. And included in that also are some development applications, and there have been some relatively significant development applications in recent months. Only got to cast our mind back to about 4 or 5 meetings ago, and we had 3 DAs, which on average took 53 minutes each for those 3 DAs alone. So there was nearly 3 hours just as the planning authority, let alone all the normal business of council. So appreciate there's been additional items included, and important to highlight why we've actually suggested the 10:30 a.m. primarily is you will all be aware that in recent times we've actually struggled for quorum, which is a challenge, and particularly operationally is a challenge. Just recently we almost had an issue where we may not have been able to award a tender, and thank you to Councillor Gibson, who actually volunteered to forego his personal commitments and stay to enable us to complete that tender process. So we have had about three occasions now where we've struggled with quorum. And picking up in relation to a special meeting, I think I'm only aware of one special meeting we've called, and that special meeting was only called because we lacked quorum to fulfil the business at a council meeting, and we then subsequently lacked quorum to fulfil the special council meeting, which was actually during the day also. So just want to be very clear that don't always assume agendas will be as large as what they are. It is a moment in time, and we're proposing the 10:30 a.m. primarily around quorum issues in which we've had in the past.
Thank you, CEO. Okay, so putting it to the vote then. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Pentridge and Walker against. The motion is carried. We'll trial the 10:30. Okay, so that one was done. So 20.4, we've got the dispute resolution policy, with the recommendation being that council adopts the dispute resolution policy as published, and this has sort of been mandated to us to work through by September. I believe we have to have had this piece of work done and endorsed. So somebody please to move. We've got our Deputy Mayor on the move, Councillor Britton on the second. Deputy Mayor.
I think I'm right in saying this is really basically templated out of the LGAT, so I suggest that this is probably the process in which they wish us to undertake, and therefore for us to do something different is probably foolhardy.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct there, Deputy.
Councillor Britton, anything further? Any further contributions around the table? Nothing further to close? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Financial report for our performance at 20.5. Recommendation being that we just note the report outlining both our capital and operational results for the period ending the 30th of April. Somebody to move, please. Got the Deputy Mayor on the move. Councillor Pentridge on the second. Deputy Mayor. Does what it says on the box. Councillor Pentridge. Cool. Thank you. Getting the debate moving. Any contributions around the table? A question, Councillor McMahon.
I just noticed that the wages are down by 1.7 million due to vacant positions. How many vacant positions do we currently have?
Executive Leader?
I would need to take it on notice to give you an accurate answer, Councillor McMahon, but what I can say is our turnover rate is the lowest it's been since COVID. So we are certainly heading in the right direction in terms of vacancies. While it's a financial positive outcome, it's certainly not an outcome that we are happy with in terms of our service delivery profile. So I can certainly come back to you with a more complete answer.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Further contributions? Deputy Mayor? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We're back to leasing with 20.6, the Rochely Scout Group and the Northern Tasmanian Amateur Radio Club. We've got the recommendation being that council decides to lease part of land situated at 23 to 41 Archer Street, Rochely, known as the Rochely Scout Hall as identified in the agenda, and it requires a lease with the published terms. Somebody please to move. Councillor Harris, an avid amateur radio fan. Seconded by Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris.
You'll be surprised to know I have actually been to the Northern Tasmanian Amateur Radio Club. Some years ago, when a resident of the retirement village I was in used to frequent there as well. And also the Scouts. But this is just sorting out, I guess, some of those things that we have found over time where people had stopped using the hall, some had started again, and now that we're aware of it, we're putting the standard lease conditions back in there of $340.34 a year for the Scout group to operate from. No, this is for the radio club, isn't it, rather than the Scout hall? For both of those to operate from that premise. I guess that premise will now appear on our asset list, and we'll see about its maintenance schedules in future times. But reasonably straightforward, I think.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton. Councillor Walker.
Thank you. This is another one that's had its ups and downs as far as our lease processes go and ownership models go. This building was owned by the Scouts. Part of this agreement here is for the Scouts to relinquish the ownership of the property and for it to go to the Launceston City Council's ownership. So here we have the opposite of what's going on in Lilydale in some ways, I suppose. You've got someone who did own the building and did have responsibility for its maintenance, handing that building back to the council for us to maintain. Now, this has been going on for quite some time, the difficulties. The Scouts did move out of the building. They did wish to pass the lease on to the remote control people, but they were told that if they wish to relinquish the lease, they would have to remove the building from the site, leave no trace. That was the situation that they were confronted with. I'm not sure, that was probably up to 12 months ago or so now, or longer perhaps, which something that they found problematic because of course they had someone else who wished to use the building. The building has suffered from some vandalism and so forth over time, and the Scouts were probably reluctant to commit towards addressing those issues when they weren't using the building. So hopefully we have found a good solution, but here the council is taking on the responsibility of the maintenance of the building. It does get vandalised, and it has been vandalised, so I'm not sure how much money we have spent or will be planning to spend. It falls into the same category anyway of, yes, council can maintain it, but this is just another line to our ledger, basically, another property that perhaps will need, consistent maintenance, repair if it is vandalised. Hopefully more sort of occupation of the building will mean less vandalisation of the building, but we are not to know that. So again, I say we need new models. I mean, we're going to charge a nominal amount. I know we've had discussions about increasing the service charge for these buildings as a part of a future solution, if it means that we are taking responsibility for their maintenance. On the other hand, if it is a group like the Scouts who do own a building and they maintain it, then we should look for other ways of incentivising them to look after that building and to take ownership of the building in more ways than just legal, but in terms of its actual ongoing maintenance. Anyway, this seems like a good result here. I'm glad to see that's occurred, as long as, the bottom line for the council doesn't increase too much.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, I wasn't going to speak, but I just thought, I think the important thing is what we're doing here relates to what Chelsea's doing in regard to our overall asset review, because clearly this is on our land, which is problematic. If we could give the land and the building, that would be a thing, but it's also tied in with the Lilydale Football Club and the Lilydale Hall, so it's not quite as simple in this particular instance. So the key thing, I think, in our asset development and whether we go down another model in how people that use it actually contribute more to the maintenance of it to ensure that we do have our buildings in good shape. But I hope that just gets taken up with part of the asset review part.
Thank you. Further contributions? Okay. Nothing to close? Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay, we've got the Old Launcestonians Football Club, 20.7. Recommendation being that council decides to lease part of 2 Invermay Road, Invermay, known as Invermay Park, as identified in this agenda, under the following, published terms. Somebody please to move. Councillor Harris. Seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Harris.
Okay, so this is for the, as you said, at Invermay Park, the Old Launcestonians Football Club, previously occupied out at Hume Park many years ago when I played cricket for the Old Launcestonians, but I've never played football for them. And this is just setting in place the rental agreement with them. I guess many of the comments that have been made about other council-owned facilities and their maintenance responsibilities could be applied to this as well. But I think in this case, it's probably it's our land. The building sits on our land, and it is something that we will be looking at a bigger review, I think. So let's just move forward on this one and support the Old Launcestonians who are providing community activity, everything that Councillor Palmer said about the Lilydale Football Club. It could be said, as someone else did say, I think it might have been Councillor Walker, many of the other football clubs around northern Tasmania, and in fact certainly applies to the Old Launcestonians Football Club. And I do hope that people support this motion today.
Thank you, Councillor Pentridge. Anything further? Any contributions around the table?
Just to note that the licence also allows the North Launceston Junior Football Club to share the facility and kiosk, and the proposed lease makes provisions for third-party community groups to continue to be able to use this space. What a wonderful outcome.
Thank you. Further contributions? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Okay, we've got 20.9 now, having done 20.8 with the Albert Hall and Theatre North. We've got land dealings at 2 Invermay Road and 1 and 5 McGrath Way. Just want to note with some further information that's come through since the publishing of this agenda that there has been some amendments made to the size of the lots from 222 to 267 and 7547 to 7559. So not significant numbers, but that's just a more extensive report was provided, and that's what we'll be approving there if wished by council. So recommendation is that council approves the disposal of land indicated as Lot 1B in the published agenda and approves the disposal of land necessary for a right-of-way and services easement, Lot 1 and service easement in favour of Tas Networks as identified in the plan with recommendation 1. Somebody to move. Want to ask a question first? Councillor Walker?
When perhaps Duncan's ready. Just the urgency of this, I mean, especially on top of the minor changes that have come forward, is this something that anyone's sweating on waiting the outcome for? Because what I couldn't understand when I read this was, if Taswater want an easement, they can have an easement over our land, their land, who cares? It's like an easement's an easement. I don't understand why this was necessary. Tas Networks, thank you. Councillor Harris, through you, Chair.
Thank you.
Is there an urgency about this in any shape or form? And just an understanding on why, I mean, it's not something normally that would happen that you transfer land just because someone wanted an easement over it.
Team Leader Legal Services.
Yep, so there's no urgency in this. It's part of a long-term development of the site. So as far back as 2019, Rufus Black made a commitment to the council that the land to the left-hand side would be transferred to us. It's tied up in that. University of Tasmania have a subdivision that they're conducting. It's just part of that. It's not urgent. It'd be good to get wrapped up, but not urgent.
Further question, Deputy Mayor?
In fact, is this a transfer of university land which we transferred back to us? The 7,000 odd, that's what we're doing, isn't it? The front block's being transferred back to us in this?
Yep, that's part of it.
So effectively, we transferred the whole of the velodrome and now we're transferring back the bit that they no longer require. Is that how I understand it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions before we get to a mover and a seconder? Councillor Harris?
Yeah. So my question would just be the reference to Tas Networks, the easement in favour, is that for them to provide electrical infrastructure, such as a substation or something similar on the land? And is it just necessary to have an easement, or do we normally sell the land that the substation is built on when it's out in the street and stuff like that? Just to understand what is the norm here, please.
Yeah, you can do either. In this one, Tas Networks are happy with the situation with it being held in an easement.
Councillor Walker?
Just one more question. I'm struggling to get my head around this. It feels like now that the university had entered into some agreement with Tas Networks, and in order for them to return the land to us, they first want to fulfil a commitment that they made to Tas Networks. Would that be a fair assessment of what's going on? I seem to can't quite put the pieces together. This includes us, the university, returning this land, the 7,000 odd metres to council, minus the 260 metres. Seems to be the gist of it, but I'm all ears. I just need it explained in terms of that, I suppose, chronological order of what's going on.
Okay, so the land was transferred to the University of Tasmania in 2018. 2019, the university told council they would give what they don't need back to us, which is the lot, what are we calling it? The balance lot, so that's 7,500 square metres. There is a line, an electricity line, a major electricity line in that easement at the moment. Tas Networks would like an easement on top of it, registered on title. So they have rights to use that land under the Act, but normally you would go and put an easement on top of it. It just makes it much clearer to the public and the landowners where it is.
Okay. So a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Britton. Seconded by Councillor Harris. Anything further, Councillor Britton? Yeah, Councillor Harris.
No, look, I think this is something that has been long discussed and has been part of what the deal with the university was, and when they decided they didn't need all of the old, what was known as the bike track. So I think the balance aspect, the 7,500 square metres on that is pretty straightforward and something that we've been waiting for. And obviously I can understand TasNetworks wanting to get it on the title. As we're doing this work now to subdivide, it's an opportune time to do it rather than doing it as a separate time, which they may want to do it further down the track. And from memory, there is actually a substation there that, which is the green type box, I think, that we see around when they have an electrical substation. So I think this is, as Duncan has said, it's not urgent, but it is necessary, but also important for us to do this at this stage.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, so two things. I'll speak to it, but just a question first. Is there stamp duty involved in this transfer back? Because, I mean, we obviously transferred it there and transferring it back. It's a land. I just don't know whether there's any deals being done with the government in regard to that transfer to minimise stamp duty on it.
I'm not sure, sorry, I'd have to take that question.
Yeah, if you could, because I suspect there probably is.
Yeah.
It's a land transfer, so I imagine there is. So to me, this is us getting back control of land that was ours, which is no longer required by the University of Tasmania. To me, whilst there might not be any urgency in it, to me, the sooner we've got delineation of what's our land and what's their land, I think the better, because there is boundary lines, there's activities going on blocks of land there that effectively university don't want to control, and we probably need to be in control of, and even defining our border between the two properties is there. And if we've got future ideas in regards to what we want to use that land for, then having it back in our person is far better than leaving it where it is.
Thank you. Further questions, contributions? Councillor Walker?
Question, thank you. Yes, but this does not imply in any way that we're getting that land back. This is just a step in regards to the process that would allow that to happen, is what you're suggesting. But why hasn't this included then also the return of that land, if that's the case? The 7,500 square metres that the university, that's not part of this decision today. That'll be part of a future council decision.
It is. It's at recommendation 3.
Council approval is required for the purchase of the land, but this motion is for
Councillor Walker, should we move forward whilst you find your spot?
Well, I say, I'm just looking at the recommendation. What number in the recommendation, pursuant to number 3, approves the purchase of approximately 7,559 square metres of land identified in the balance? Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Cool. Further contributions? Anything to close, Councillor Britton? All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. 2010, Queen Victoria Museum and Art Ground funding agreement. Recommendation is that council notes the correspondence received by the Secretary of the Department of State Growth, noting the funding shortfall to be provided to the City of Launceston in 24-25, and continues to advocate for more equitable share of funding for the QBAG from the Tasmanian Government. Somebody to move. Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor.
I accept the notification. I don't understand it, but I'm just wondering whether the CEO or of the governments could actually just elucidate why the government's decided to come back with a number which is not even relevant to the number they paid us last year.
CEO.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. In essence, the Department of State Growth, for some reason, have taken carriage of this correspondence and decided that in making the payment, the endowment payment, as per the Act, that they've decided not to apply CPI, and I've subsequently sought advice from the relevant minister's office. They've advised us to write back to the Secretary of the Department of State Growth, of which we have done this week, written back to remind them of the agreement they actually signed, which does say that they are required to pay CPI. So we're bringing this to Council's attention, knowing that there is a shortfall. As the report says, some $156,000 that the state government are somewhat trying to avoid to pay, potentially. We're reminding them of their obligations because it will leave a budget hole should they not pay the CPI.
Thank you. Councillor Harris, is the seconder?
No, look, I think it's really important.
Yeah, you start with no and then you speak.
Yeah, look, I mean, the important bit is we continue to activate the and look for that other money. I can't make sense of why they wouldn't pay CPI. It just is bizarre.
Cool. Further contributions? Anything to close? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? Just accepting the correspondence. That's all. Councillors present. The motion is carried. Accepting and advocating. We have no strategy and innovation items identified today at 21. 22. 22.1, we've got the status report on council decisions, with that recommendation being to receive the status report. Somebody to move? Councillor Britton, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Britton, anything around the status report? Deputy Mayor, anything further around the table? All those in favour? Okay, carried. All councillors present. Status report on notices of motion 22.2, moved by Councillor Britton, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, with the recommendation being to receive. Any contributions? Councillor Britton.
Thank you. Only just to say that whilst I still like to ask a question earlier, and I was prompted to this and possibly could have gone there prior to asking my question earlier today, but thanks very much for the updates.
Okay. Yeah,
every meeting. Thank you.
Still getting used to it being a nice, new, transparent way of corresponding with council and community. Yep. Any further contributions to the vote? All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. Correspondence for noting 22.3, recommendation being that council notes the published correspondence from NTDC, the Director of Local Government, two from them. There's the acting. Somebody to move? Deputy Mayor's moved. Somebody second? Councillor Palmer? Any correspondence around? Any questions around? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. Motion is carried. We do have a late item that has been identified as a part of this at 23. So at 23.1, we have to accept in open council the late and urgent item with the Hawthorn Football Club sponsorship agreement. The recommendation is by absolute majority that we note that we will discuss this and we're okay to discuss this in closed council. Somebody to move? Councillor Dawkins, seconded. Councillor Pentridge. All those in favour? All councillors present. That's been passed to deal with in closed council, in which we will be now moving into. 24, closed council recommendation that we move into closed council to consider the published matters, whilst also adding to that what we just voted on. 24.8 will now be City of Launceston and Hawthorn sponsorship agreement. 24.9 will be end of closed session. Somebody to move that we move into closed to discuss? Councillor Britton, seconded by Councillor Harris. All those in favour to move into close? All councillors present. The motion is carried. We move into closed council. We're going to take a 5-minute break, stretch legs, perhaps pop to the and then we will resolve the table in open. Okay, computers are over. Okay. Back in open session, councillors, somebody please to move that this table reflects the discussions in closed council. Councillor Palmer, seconded by Councillor Harris. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We close the meeting at 5:03, with the next meeting to be held here on the 19th of June at 10:30 a.m.